Hey, welcome. Doooovid here. Week in review for the first time solo. So, God bless Jennifer, Church of Entropy. Almost 4 years we've been streaming Week in Review, 190 plus episodes. But she had scheduling issues where Sunday night is no longer available to her. Uh, and I guess her time zone, that could have been Monday. They're in the other time in the world. So we'd moved around a few times. But we'll see what her schedule is moving forward. But I've decided to do Week in Review solo. So, if Jennifer's around, she's welcome to hop in and you'll see what her schedule, if she wants to continue with Week in Review moving forward. So, people who would familiar with Week in Review, started 3.5 years ago. Jennifer, who I met on the Babs cast from Stream of Luke Ford, and we had common interest, and thought it'd be a good idea to do a weekly show, uh, interviews, talking to people, catch up, show what we're working on, research, uh, review of programs, streams, personalities, and over the last few years, it morphed and changed in a few different directions. Um, first, when I met Jennifer, she had these theories on the science of reincarnation, and I interviewed her on my channel before Week in Review started, and encouraged her to start streaming. And so we always talked quite a bit about spirituality, reincarnation, and it was actually her who informed me of the Penrose-Hameroff hypothesis and the Science of Consciousness conference, which definitely changed my life, changed the direction of my research. And I've nonstop for the last 4 years been researching these topics. And, people saw the tour of my library or following Week in Review. And in the last year, so when we first started, maybe it'd be like 10 minutes, like I just share some links and some things that happened during the week. And over the last year, like my Week in Review could be like 1 to 2 hours, and even reading reasonably long sections from articles. And my research has definitely advanced. I started writing and have a blog and various things. Although one of the problems, God forbid, with the show was Jennifer wasn't really a networker. So we did not have successful guests or networking or booking other programs. We had tried a few things that had failed, like making our own debates, and certain cast of characters, returning characters, mostly from Luke Ford, like Claire and Vincent from the Babs cast, or different places. And from that, we've had a handful of guests like Memes and Crab and various people over the days. But basically, we stopped having guests. It was just about research. So I found that semi unfortunate because I liked the networking. So I haven't really reached out to anybody. God forbid, Claire is the only one I really mentioned it to. Well, I did mention to John Wolf. So if John Wolf wants to come in, maybe I'll talk with John also, and I'll show. I've been streaming with John, and from the Amzi, allegedly Amzi, Amy's program, and the Jen Bailey crowd. God forbid. So if anyone saw new subs that are following Jen Bailey that want to talk. But however, Week in Review is largely based on my research, which revolves around the science of consciousness. And most recently, I've been doing my series on the philosophy of science, history of science. My Ask the Rabbi program, still my most popular series. And I did one this week. So let me share some links, go straight into screen share and share a few links. So I've been watching a lot this Michael Levin. He had been on the Lex Friedman podcast and has theories on emergence of intelligence functions from uh, biological information, not just consciousness, but in terms of cells. And it's an issue I'm going to talk about more. So I'm not sure where I saw him coming up in my suggested videos, and I saw a few conferences. So this was a conference from last year on the physics of emergent behavior. So kind of like a biophysics, and whether it's origin of intelligence or theology in biology from physics, from atomic material, or where function derives from. And this mostly from in materialist perspective. So I've been going through the series. It was pretty interesting. So any people more academic might find that interesting. Okay, so John Wolfe, people have been following John Wolfe. I did Mob Talk on his channel, and we want to call it Mob Talk, but we talked a little bit about kind of like mafia group dynamics, and the viewership didn't really pick up, and it kind of ran through the topic because we didn't have any guests, and so my knowledge of the topic basically died out, and so we called it a break on it. But John had built up some subs and started streaming. So I'm commonly encouraging people to stream. So I encouraged John to start streaming, and we already had his channel, was making videos, a regular Week in Review viewer, and then I guess he's been in chats and listening to the Mop Talk genre of like Angel Gotti and so besides like Scott Bernstein, like so original gangsters in Metro Detroit. Doooovid went to the Roper School together with Scott Bernstein, although we didn't know each other really that well. But I started watching Scott Bernstein locally in Metro Detroit, but who was John and a lot of people had known of, and then like Gunnar Lindblom. Maybe I'll reach out and try to get an interview with Gunnar Lindblom. I see he's on the radio here in Metro Detroit. But for the purpose of the story, John Wolfe, there's this woman, Jen Bailey, there in the lower left, who I guess is some sort of like popular personality going through some issues like drama queen, and there's hundreds, thousands of people that follow everything she does, and she gets in a lot of trouble, God forbid. And so John has been following it and even spoken with her, and so I met her the last week on John's channel, and she's a little hostile, but God forbid, I think she's in prison now. But so then this woman who I met through John, also allegedly Amzi, who has a channel. So I appeared on her channel a few times this week talking about the Jen Bailey situation, which kind of drama, not something I usually do, but it was a little bit interesting. And so she's got a nice channel, does true crime, and so I've been streaming a little bit together with this woman, allegedly Amzi. So people could check those videos out. Got hey, Mr. Boston, good to see you. So just thought I'd share that. So I did another Ask the Rabbi 18, and so actually at the end, this woman Lindsay came on from who was used to stream together with alleged Amzi, and it saw me from John Wolfe, and so there was a little bit of a mistake regarding she didn't know it was live, so I ended up cutting the video to cut our conversation out, so there's no chat on that. But I did pass over if you do Ask the Rabbi, and hopefully I'm going to do some more. So I did Ask the Rabbi number 18 on the Jewish conception of the soul, the Rambam, non-Jews, Kaddish and Purgatory, and AMA. It was a little bit interesting, clarifying some thoughts. Uh, just quickly regarding the Jewish conception of the soul. So the Maimonides is of the position that there is no unique Jewish position conception of the soul, and the soul function could largely be derived from logic, and the prophets in the Bible does not come to tell us anything special about the soul, just like anatomy or science that the Rambam holds you that that's not the message of the Bible to teach that. And Maimonides largely takes the Aristotelian and Greek position on metaphysics. And yeah, I read through the famous parable of the castle, very interesting, Maimonides. However, that's the minority position. And the majority position within Judaism is that the conception of the soul is, in fact, the Kabbalah. And the Jewish conception of the soul is that the soul mirrors the template. There's a few principles like, the Yetzer Hara, the Yetzer Tov, the inclination to good and bad, and a few things from Scripture. Uh, so the scholarly opinion from the historians and archaeologists is that in ancient Israel, uh, Israelites did not believe in a soul and life after death, the immortality of the soul. And the prophecies, the main thing we have is resurrection of the dead, and that would be bodily resurrection. And that the soul gets anachronized into Judaism from the Greek occupation. And then you have the rise of the Kabbalah, like 800 years ago, some ancient precursors. And the modern day Hebrew conception of the soul is essentially a mirror of the Kabbalah. And you have the 10 soul functions, which would be the spheros, and you have the 5 levels of the soul that people refer to, like nefesh, ruach, neshama, chaya, yechida, mirrors the four worlds. And so the conception of the soul post Kabbalah is basically the Kabbalah. And that's, we'll call it Neoplatonic. And the conception would be that there's a mirror, what mirrors the creation of the world, the template for the dualistic or monistic system of the material and spiritual realm, is the Kabbalistic template of the 10 emanations in the 4 worlds. And that also explains the soul. And you mentioned like Chabad, even the Litvish, like the Nefesh Chaim, the Vilna Gaon, they don't disagree on that. I read a little bit covering the basics of the Kabbalistic system. I didn't go too much in detail into it. And then I read a few articles. So I read a few interesting articles. One on, so I read through Maimonides' parable of the castle, and that's an interesting parable of the power of philosophy, where the different types of people referring to the subjects of the kingdom, and some are in the field, some don't even know the existence of the castle, some are trying to get to the castle, some successfully get into the courtyard of the castle or the inner chamber of the castle, let alone get to meet and speak with the king. In reference to, according to Maimonides, the superiority of philosophy. And then the Maimonidean view of the soul. And so I read an article. I didn't cover the 8 chapters, but the 8 chapters, the introduction to Ethics of the Father, is where Maimonides covers the most the conception of the soul. I read an article of the overview. Maimonides, as a doctor, has a kind of holistic approach to medicine, that there's a correspondence to sickness and health in relationship to the body being sick because the soul is sick, in a connection to moral and ethical behavior. And I read an article on the soul of non-Jews versus Jews. And Jim Ridichelli Doooovid has taken Week in Review solo because Jennifer had scheduling issues. So if you gather your courage, you could join and we could talk on Week in Review. So, Shalom, Jim. So, Maimonides' conception is that there's no difference between the Jewish and non-Jewish soul, that the ability to acclimate oneself to the rational functions, to do the right thing, um, is equal between Jews and non-Jews. However, the majority of the Kabbalists, almost all the rabbis, disagree with the Rambam and accept the Kabbalistic conception, and that there's a hard distinction between the soul of a Jew and a non-Jew. So from the Kabbalistic four worlds, that would be like Nefesh, Ruach, Neshama, that all animals have up to Nefesh, some sort of soul, which is the bottom of the four worlds. All men and women have Ruach, the power of speech. God, like in the Bible, God breathed speech into man before the differentiation of the Jewish people. It'd be the second world. And Jews uniquely have neshamas. That would be access to the third world or higher levels of the soul. And then later, the Shnei Luchas of Bris, the Shlach Kodesh, Rabbi Horowitz, the progenitor of what currently is the Boston Rabbinic Dynasty and the Bitterman family, the Lelev Hasidic Dynasty are descended from the Shlach HaKodesh, and a big precursor for Chabad, that Jews actually have the highest, like it says in the Tanya, that Jews have the highest element of God within our soul. Hey, Empress, thanks for tuning in. Yes, I'm doing a weekly Week in Review. If you want to hop on and chat, you can. But yeah, I actually focus more on science and spirituality and have a lot of content review. But also, happy to chat with the people. But I'll be mostly focusing on a review. So I'm reviewing my Ask the Rabbi that I did this week on the conception of the soul. So this, if you want to say racist or whatever conception that the Jewish soul is a part of the highest element of God, and there's something naturally good about the Jewish people, like a latent love of God, and that would be the mainstream Kabbalistic position, that the Rambam is from the few dissidents that says that doesn't use the Kabbalistic system, and even the Vilna Gaon, they don't disagree about the Kabbalistic template. They disagree about what they so-called say the God's eye view. Can you see things from the God's eye view? So most of the Hasidim and the Chabad specifically said that you could understand things, so to say, from the God's eye point of view, that we're man, we're limited, we sin, we have problems. However, that through the study, you could understand, so to say, the God's eye perspective. And the Vilna Gaon, the Chaim Volozhiner, the Nefesh Chaim, disagree with that sentiment and say that you can't see things from the God's eye point of view. And then I read a last article about the origins of the Kaddish prayer and purgatory, and that's more historical in origin, in the sense that if historically at some point the concept of the soul in the afterlife is introduced, possibly borrowed from Christians, the famous Kaddish prayer, Yiskadal, Yiskadash, Shemei Rabbah, and the famous text from the Gemara of Rabbi Akiva, seeing the man being punished, in purgatory, and that anybody who says the Yehei Shemei Rabbah, their descendants, that it releases them from purgatory. So a little bit interested on the origins of the Kaddish prayer in relation to the soul, the afterlife, and purgatory. So someone put in the chat the God Word podcast. I haven't seen him in a while, but he's still around. So, just this article in Haaretz about the us-them distinction with, God forbid, with, what's happening in Israel, Palestine, and the increase in war versus America, that it supersedes this, us-them, to say that, I'm a Jew, there's a state of Israel, Israel is at war, and we have a common enemy within, the Palestinians, God forbid, or at least the more militant factions of the Palestinians, and that's changed the nature of Judaism. So, like, Judaism is a universal religion, Judaism is universal spiritual movement, the principles of what the sages teach, versus an us and them, where, God forbid, we have enemies. And, because there's an official state of Israel, official spokespersonship for Israel. And, I was reading some Jacob Neusner in relationship to the history of the soul, and there's, like, the different interpretations. So, like, the nominal interpretation of Judaism is that there is no unified Judaism. Judaism is just the sum total collection of Jews. So there's not like an authoritative Jewish opinion of what the soul is. There's some sages and rabbis who have opinions, but there's a bunch of Jews who think different things, and you could look at like some sort of sum total, as opposed to like a theological view that, like, no, there's rabbis, there's scripture, and these are the authoritative position of Judaism. So you could be like a bad Jew, you could have your own opinion, but the authoritative Jewish positions, what the rabbis say. And also then you have the historical position to say that these ideas develop over time within historical and social situations. And, but currently, so you say you have an authoritative state, and the state has, God forbid, declaration, war, military situations, and it supersedes. So it's like, oh, you're part of the Jews, you have to accept who our enemies are. And there might be like anti-Semitism in America, but the biggest enemy to the Jews is the militant factions of the Palestinian people. So I do want to return to some of my studies on identity formation, and hopefully I'll talk about that later. I've been doing more research on the cognitive revolution, and I have open here this book from Howard Gardner on the history of the mind's new science, a history of the cognitive revolution. So hope to return to that. I got Claire here, so add Claire here for a second. Hey, one sec. Hey, Claire. I got a text message.
Well, hello, everyone. David's just left.
I'm still here. So, since are you in a hurry?
Not particularly. No.
Okay, so let me continue sharing some of these links. Maybe part of these will be minimally interesting to you. So, I was mentioning Jennifer was not that big into networking. So one of the problems with Week in Review was that we didn't really have any networking. Jim. So I'm not sure. Like Charles messaged me his new book.
Charles Moskowitz.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe like if I called Charles, he'd want to stream again. It was kind of going nowhere, also though, and he was kind of just repeating himself. But I don't. I mean, I'm happy to stream with Charles again, but. So let me share these links real quick. Maybe we'll talk about that with Claire. So, just because we got Claire, kind of like the British history expert, and this is a subject I want to talk about, I'll just share these links real quick. So this is a book, The Role of Scientific Societies in the 17th Century. And one of the big topics I've been covering is the origins of science, and specifically the creation of the Royal Society. So science largely originates with the Royal Society of London, established in 1660. Have you been to the Royal Society of London or the building or any of these historical sites?
I've never been inside it. I know it's supposed to be a very distinguished institution, but I guess not being an expert on science, I've never entered.
Okay, so I'll just share these links real quick. So this is more just the history of scientific society. So um, the Royal Society is kind of the culmination of the first official scientific society. There's a few precursors in Italy, and then very shortly after the Royal Society of London, you have the Academy of Science that was created in Paris, and then you have the German scientific societies that sprout up. And so this was an interesting book, and then the also the overview of kind of like medicine, medical societies, that a little overview. So uh, I was just reading from this book. Uh, so these some precursor societies in to the Royal Society, the Academy del Cimento in Florence, and this is founded by the students of Galileo, and already after his censure by the church, and it's the origins of the scientific method, but not in the same venue of the Royal Society of London. How are people getting together to do experiments, the use of laboratory instruments, trying to avoid speculation, creating standards of measurement. So it was one of these precursors, and one of these has funding from the Medicis, and you see some of the origins of lab equipment and somewhat before Francis Bacon, the origins of the scientific method. And here was another one, this one even earlier, probably the earliest of the scientific societies, the Academy de Lincia. And this is established in 1603 and actually involves Galileo, who I forget the exact year Galileo has his censure. And they have things like gardening and medicine, because at the time medicine and medicine is not based on herbs, so they had like large gardening and testing, and it's a precursor to the Royal Society of London. And here's another one. This is in France. Martin Mersenne, who it wasn't actually a royal society or an official society of scientists, but it was a group of people that got together. And so Mersenne has a famous theorem on prime numbers with the 2 to the n power minus 1 for prime numbers, semi well known. But he was like kind of a center where a lot of famous people, including Rene Descartes, Pascal, Thomas Hobbes, Christian Huygens, Galileo, and even others, gathered or were in correspondence. But it was an official society. It was just kind of a public intellectual that had gatherings, and it has some precursors to science. But obviously the Royal
I,
Society of Science was.
I'm right. I'm just not sure what this has to do with Week in Review. Is this a lecture about science institutions?
Well, it's just something I'm researching, so I'm just showing this. So that's all I'll talk about for now. So just some of the stuff that I'm researching now, because um, I'm sort of reviewing my research. So I'll move on to that. I have more stuff. So I organized a debate. Joanna Tries, a chess player and chess coach, crazy house chess streamer. I had her on my channel a few months ago to talk about Crazy House chess, and she's well known in specifically the chess variant Crazy House, and I'm not sure if it's a master's degree, but she has background degree in biochemistry and evolutionary biology. And so I was telling her about debate, and she was watching Jennifer and the Modern Day Debate, and so I challenged her to a debate. But so it's more going to be kind of like a friendly conversation, although it might semi be a debate. So that will be the next Wednesday at 4 p.m. So
How did it go, Jen, on whatever she was debating?
that's the last thing that I'll get before. So, and I told Joanna if she's around, she's welcome to hop on also. Um, so Jennifer was on Modern Day Debate. So actually, Ashley, this woman, not your everyday Ashley, Radical Coder, were on Modern Day Debate. So Radical Coder used to be on Politically Provoked. Do you remember Radical Coder?
No, not really, but I do know of Politically Provoked. I was
Okay,
on it once.
so you never saw this guy Radical Coder?
No.
Okay, he was on Politically Provoked often. He was kind of like the leftist, one of the few leftists. So he's not, that once they want to cozy. And this new woman, Ashley's got a channel. So they were debating last week, and against some bigger names, JF and Infrared, and then Jennifer Friday night. So we had on her channel a Thursday night debate prep, and I guess she was supposed to debate like Snake, and but they backed out, so they had two different people. So she teamed up with a younger Christian creationist, T Rock, to debate T Jump and Ember, and it was kind of a sloppy debate. I mean, Jennifer had a presentation and prepared. T Jump just played like some recording and a lot of talking past each other, and so it wasn't the greatest debate. Uh,
Mhm.
However, I was congratulations to Mark Reid, who had a post show, and I saw Mark Reid is having post shows. In fact, tonight he's doing a review of the debate at 9 o'clock. So soon. So people like Mark Reid could check him out, and he did an after show. He's already up to 1,200 subs, and he was monetized. I saw he was even raking in some super chats. And Jennifer uh, showed up and was talking about the debate. So good for Mark, and putting the work in and growing his channel. So I have more stuff to cover. I'm going to cover my philosophy of science series. So God forbid I mislabeled it science of philosophy. I meant philosophy of science, but I'll wait till after I talk to Claire. And a few more things on the conservation of energy and theology. And I have some slides that I'm making for my upcoming debate on with or conversation with Joanna on evolution. And I'm preparing another essay on the rise of Western philosophical monism. So stick around, and hopefully I will cover those topics also. So Claire, my first guest on um, Solo Week in Review. So I'm sure everyone is familiar with Claire, but if you want to quickly introduce yourself, and you just mentioned like Claire, I also just like Jennifer met on the Babs cast, and interesting, intelligent woman, um, in her own way, semi controversial, and has her own ideas that she pushes. That secular chronism, and I actually think I'm the first person who interviewed her on secular chronism, so people could check out that interview. But she has also became a prolific streamer, streamed often. She's hit over 1,000 subs, and she's all over the place. And maybe we'll talk about this Jacob Fertucci or Federucci, and these streamers that you're been following or coming into conflict, or just streaming in general. So if you want to introduce yourself, and then like I said, I'm going back to week in review, so just kind of where you're holding, what you plan on doing, a lay down of what streams you're going on, or ideas you're thinking on, and doing the future, and try to keep it moving, because I want to focus more on advancing research. And if you do have research to advance or things to report, that's fine.
Yes, I do have quite a few things to say, because a lot of things have happened this week. So this morning I woke up and discovered that Faturecci had.
Did you want to introduce yourself first, just in case people have no idea who you are? Like, I have new subs from.
Oh, well, I thought you'd introduced me already. So basically, I'm promoting a moral and legal political system called secular Quranism based on the Quran. I'm basically proposing it as a replacement for Christo-liberalism, which I think has failed in the West. But I think most Westerners are in denial, and changing your religion is always follows after a traumatic experience. And I suppose being a traumatic experience, people are in denial that Christo-liberalism has failed. And these people on Faturecci's channel are mostly, well, post-Christian or trying to remain Christian, but
I'm
finding it
assuming
very.
anyone listening to me has no idea who any of these people are you're mentioning. So if you're going to mention names, you give a like precursor, like who they are or how you know them.
Yes, Faturecci is a channel by a Jew called, owned by a Jew called Jacob Faturecci. I discovered him through Googling Michael Servetus, who was a Spanish doctor and theologian who was burnt at the stake at the behest of John Calvin. And that was how I discovered him, that he had done a video about that. I noticed that this is, of course, something that Calvinists prefer to forget about. And so we got talking. I was on his channel, he was on mine, but eventually our relationship deteriorated into.
He seemed actually similar to me, like an independent Jewish scholar who does interfaith. In that sense, he seemed very similar to me. That like he's making independent Jewish scholarship videos and interfaith activity.
That's right. So he does speak Hebrew. He does teach Hebrew even to Christians. And what's interesting about him is that he does deny the Trinity. So this is something that we are both agreed on, that the Trinity is idolatry. But I suppose he puts it more gently to his Christian associates who take it better from him, I suppose. I mean, every now and then he mentions it again. Well, my position is more emphatic, shall we say. My position is that if God exists, he would be hopping mad at Christians who've been practicing their idolatry for nearly 2,000 years, and he would also be hopping mad at Jews who haven't challenged them about it, and also Muslims who have been commanded to admonish those who claim that God has begotten a son. And if things are going wrong, I suggest that it is to do with the open idolatry of Christians and the hidden idolatry of Jews and Muslims. As you would expect, my message is not being particularly well received.
So, would it be fair to say that maybe you found him, you started talking with him, and he found points of agreement with you, like anti-Trinitarianism or your certain philo-Semitic tendencies you have, and then he looked more into you and found your uh, affiliation with um, the Radical Society and David Irving and the pictures, God forbid, with you and the uh, Nazi flag, and then turned against you, or if it was related to you, keep on pushing secular chronism, and he got, or various Noahide things, and he just like didn't want to hear it anymore, and then turned against you. And I guess he has a video that he made, like "Who is Claire Khaw?" that
5 hours of it,
that is
yes.
kind of like warning people of how dangerous you are. And I mean, but originally you had some friendly relation. Then I guess he looked into some of your affiliations, and then I guess if you kept on pestering of him with things he didn't want to be pestered about, that he turned against you.
I'm actually not quite sure when exactly he found out about the flag and the gun photos, but they've been around for a long time. I think he knew it before he appeared on my channel, or when I appeared on his. Um,
Was it still like you kept on pestering him, he turned against you, or is there an actual event that caused him to
um,
turn against you, or he didn't necessarily turn
I
against
didn't
you?
really pester him about anything. I think he just found my emphatic position I took on the Trinity. Um, I don't know. I think he felt he had to protect his Christian associates whose feelings might be hurt, or something of that nature. But he every
Well, if
now
you
and then
frame
would
it,
point
if
out the
you say in a
idolatry
more
of the
if you say in
Trinity.
a more explanatory, so you presumably you find him, you talk to him, he's on your channel, where you are on his channel,
Yes, we have been on each other's
and
channels.
he's got a group of people. Yeah, you've been mentioning to him like a year. Whenever I checked his channel, I think I saw the video, but the other day was the first time I actually popped into his channel, and then you start talking to some of the other people that he speaks to. I don't know if you're reaching out, or if you're tagging them on Twitter, or you just kind of like networking that all he was on your channel, so a lot of his people are watching your channel, or if you kind of network into his circles, and then he gets scared to see that you start becoming friends with his friends, and then he starts getting scared, or like Paul Vanderlei, if that's the name of all of a sudden, like you're on his channel, he sees you there, and then he's like, no, like I cannot have her moving into my circles, and he tries to put a stop to it. If and we talked about the stream the other day, if he's even unsuccessful. I mean, is that fair to say that he found you, and then all of a sudden he found you talking to people that he knew and moving into circles that he felt he was part of before and you weren't, and he started getting nervous and wanted to put a stop to it?
Well, it's very hard to tell with Jacob. He is, I think, suffering from histrionic personality disorder because he doesn't need to catastrophize everything.
Well, I'm not
And
looking for a psychoanalysis. I'm looking for an order of events.
well, he does
I'm not necessarily saying
catastrophize
why he
things.
felt like that or why he did it, but just saying that some sort of history of the relationship of what happened without an explanation of why it happened.
I have already explained it in that he dislikes the emphatic position that I take on the Trinity, and for some reason he finds it threatening, even though it is also his position, which
Well,
is
that's
what,
your disagreement, saying that he disliked. I mean, that he found worrisome that you were, so to say, moving into his circles, and that you were appearing on panels that he was part of, and then he got worried about you, so to say, like infiltrating what he would call infiltrating circles, and wanted to put a stop to you entering circles that he was part of, and so to say, to warn his friends, like, okay, I'm streaming on Week in Review now, and like like I'm a bigger name in streaming than Claire, so there could be people that never heard of Claire and now they heard of you, and
well, only because, yeah.
you're talking to my friends, and then I'm saying like, oh, like like, okay, like I was talking to Claire, but like I have to warn you. So I'm just trying to some sort of logistical understanding of the origins of your dispute, that he's trying to protect, so to say, his circles, and to prevent you from moving into circles that he's part of.
Well, it's only on his channel anyway, and he does let me on from time to time. So I don't know what the big deal is. It's very hard to read, Jacob, because it's fundamentally emotional and irrational. So I only recently appeared on Paul van der Clay's channel, and where he said, oh, she was perfectly lovely. She didn't give any trouble. That was on a Good Friday. And before that, relations had soured, I suppose you could say. But that was nothing to do with me, trying to infiltrate his circle. I merely tried to get on his channel, and he just got a bit hysterical about it, and he had to say all those things about me, while
Or you
not
joined
giving
his
me.
Discord. Is that what happened? You joined his Discord, and then he decided to kick you out of his Discord.
I am still in his Discord. Um,
You're the one who
he
sent me. I only know about him through you, and you're the one who sent me that thing on Friday where like the whole stream was about you and whether you should be expelled or not. Which so I only know about that because you told me about it. So I'm trying to make sense of that.
Yes, well, I have. I'm still on his Discord, so I've been given my own channel, all kind of isolated with all kinds of restrictions put on, and called what's this Jewish term, Hebrew term? He calls me I forget the term now. Um, Ilim or something like that, meaning, I don't know, evil person or something like that. And he's got this sort of hierarchy of moderators and, friendly, no hides and whatever. And he's basically, put me in a channel called Persona Non Grata. Um, um, will just to otherize me, but yes, people do still talk to me because I've been made into an object of curiosity. Um, so I don't. I mean, he does react in a very, in my view, emotional way. I mean, the quickest thing he could do is simply to ask me questions, get me to explain myself and deal with me that way. But that's too, straightforward and too undramatic for him. So
It seemed kind of odd. I mean, honestly, like I saw the stream and I saw John Vance there, who had also been a Week in Review many times, and even on my channel. And I thought like I'd hop on and talk to Jacob, maybe. But then I got there, and even Paul, like, I was busy, but they're talking about cults. So I was like, okay, like Claire, you introduced me a person, maybe I'll pop on their channel, just like John Wolf, who introduced me to allegedly Amzi, and then we so to say successfully been streaming together. But then I got there, so I missed John because I was going to go out for the chess, and then it turned out it was canceled. But if I'd known, like I could have hopped on and John, and maybe we've had a good conversation. Then when I got back, you sent me this link of Jacob, and then when I got in, they're bashing you. So like I thought maybe I'd hop on and say like hi to Jacob, but then I got there and it was like like a some sort of like special session on bashing. So then I'm there in the chat like defending you because they're just trying
yes,
to.
thank you for that.
And I don't know if that before you knew beforehand that the stream was going to be about bashing you or trying to uh, recommend people not speaking to you, or you didn't even know that beforehand.
I didn't really know, but I could just tell from the tone,
When I saw John,
this, oh,
John was on
the community, our community is being attacked. And I just had an idea that it was about the previous stream. And basically, it wasn't even me, that there was some guy called Tyler who basically denounced me and said he'd been following me around for years and I'd never come across him before. And he just went on, and then he denounced a few other members as well, and that annoyed other people. And basically, well, Jacob should know something about Lashon Hara, which is all he does the whole time. The term that he otherized me in his Discord server is lilim. Are you familiar with that term?
not from the way you're saying it.
Lilim, Lilim.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't sound familiar, but
Oh,
I
okay, but anyway, it just means evil person. There's somebody else in that kind of naughty corner. But he he likes these hierarchies. He likes to fuss around and organize, his
is there
groups.
an actual community? Like I was mad. It was probably like like the Jen Bailey drama, and you said, well, there's a community of people who follow Jen Bailey and find it interesting, and there's people who actually know her or interaction, and there's people who just follow it and then gossip about what they think about what's going on or report on it. But I don't know if it's actually a community. It's just like a common interest. If you're saying, is there actually like a community? I'm not even sure. Like, okay, like I would even consider myself, you could call the term like the Luke Ford community, but I don't think
Well,
it's
that's
really a
what he
community.
calls his thing. He calls it, our community, and that I am attacking it, that I am destroying it. And I thought, what the hell have I done? Except,
Or is a
attract.
community of, as I'm trying to legitimate if there's actually a community of saying there's like a group of friends that talks and uses the tech, like if it was a Zoom call or something, where okay, like I'm out here on YouTube and I have the link in the chat and I'm willing to talk to anybody. I'm trying to get more subs and reach out into bigger circles, versus like if it was like a Zoom call or something that you just not really not really public, but it's semi-public, and then someone's like breaking in, or if it's kind of like, well, I want to put myself, I want to meet a certain type person, and um, yeah, but it was a little bit confusing because it looked like you had like people that were knew each other, had been talking with each other, and so it was a little bit confusing. And then I guess Paul was somewhat defensive of you if he was trying to convince Paul, like that you're bad and he shouldn't have interaction with you. And Paul seemed somewhat defensive and even said, "Well, a lot of people say that about you too." And then Paul was talking about the nature of churches, and I was thinking like I've done a lot of works in synagogues, and you've got like bottom feeding, even like the Hare Krishnas or various networks. You might want to get like elites. You might want to start an organization, but usually it's lowly people in distraught, bad situation. There's a verse in Bhagavad Gita or something like that. The type people who come on to Krishna, but it's usually people who are in bad situations. So if you have like at the downtown synagogue when I was promoting there, like occasionally some wealthy pastor, beautiful women, but most of the people who came in there were kind of like distressed and in bad situations. They're coming there because they need help. I mean, so Paul, if he's a preacher, he seems to.
He's a pastor. He's a Calvinist pastor. Paul
Yeah, so
Vanden.
that seems that would make sense to me.
Okay.
That like the majority of the people that come into his church are probably like distraught and it's saying like, oh well, she's troubled, therefore you should like try to exclude her and be like, well, that's not really the way it works. And even it's like, okay, like Doooovid worked at synagogues and rabbis, and there's some elite rabbis, but I was specifically a volunteer at Shomer Shabbos in Borough Park, but that was the synagogue of last resort. God forbid, that was the place where people had got kicked out of every other synagogue, homeless people, people came in just for food, people who had, God forbid, and there were some other synagogues, like institutes, okay, that try to, but I mean, as far as I know, every synagogue that I know of, every church that I know of, usually technically has like some sort of everybody's welcome. And if it's in America where things are divided, social, economic. So where I live, if there's a place of worship, um, most of the people who live in the neighborhood is socioeconomically divided. But generally their charter is that they're open to anybody. And if you're in a place in um, a mixed area, like you're going to assume that it's going to be more of people in distress and need that are going to come to your institute than so to say like elites or something like that. So the kind of like gatekeeping didn't make that much sense to me. I think Paul was yeah, I'm not sure if you have a take on that, if you agree with what I'm
Well,
saying,
yes,
that distressed people.
they all seem very neurotic to me, because I I guess after how I was treated by Jacob, I began to take an interest in his dreams, and occasionally I would post it, in the live chat, and even appear. I mean, to his credit, he allowed me to appear, and then I suppose he regretted it, and I suppose he sensed that people wanted to hear more. Um, and then I would appear, and then I guess they would regret it, and then they would denounce me, and I thought, well, really, the grown up way to do it would be just to ask me questions and allow me to answer them without be constantly distracted by all these asides about what a terrible person I was, and and what destruction I could wreak on their community of vulnerable people. But I don't know if you
There's a way
listened
to say like you're not wanted here, if the sense like okay, like God forbid, people. I mean, so if you're religious, okay, like I believe in providence, and you take like some sort of sign of God, who the people God sends my way. But if you're trying to form some sort of organization or friendship, and he's like you're not wanted here, and get the hint, um, but you can't really force that. So if like you have groups of friends and you don't like somebody, but then all of a sudden they start appearing as friends with your friends, and you start making like ultimatums, And like certainly, like I think God forbid, the rise in anti-Semitism is somewhat related. So say if he's really gatekeeping anti-Semitism, that's his main worry, is that he wants to gatekeep anti-Semitism, and that's the main reason he wants to worry about people. But that's not the words he's using. But
I don't think his problem with me is anti-Semitism. He's sort of taken on a kind of mother hen like persona over his confused Christians who
now, even his claims that he thinks you're like an agent of the Chinese Communist Party or something
yes,
like.
yes, and basically, accusing me of working for George Soros or the security services, and basically accusing me of all the things that anti-Semites would accuse Jews of. He chose to accuse me of all those things, and um,
Even to me, that if he just said like, if you were to accuse you of, from his perspective, being an unpleasant person, like Luke Ford or something, he's like, well, I find you unpleasant, and I come and stream to feel better about myself and meet up with people that I like, and I don't really like you, so you mind, I'm going to ban you, and like you said, like Jen just banned you, like she just blocked you, and if you showed up, she blocked you again, and for whatever reason, she found you unpleasant, she didn't want to deal with you, so she just blocked you, and like if you showed up in the periphery of all of a sudden, like now you're friends with her friends, and you don't have to deal with that. Uh, but that seems semi-natural. Just saying, okay, whatever reason, like I don't really like you, and I don't
and,
want
and,
your
and
relationship.
and you would wish that our circles didn't meet. Yes.
If you're in certain social circumstances, it's very difficult to try to gatekeep. Like you're at a synagogue and like, oh no, this person showed up. Like I don't want this person showing up, and so it's either me or them. So either I have to,
Move to another
God forbid,
synagogue.
yeah, I have to, God forbid, try to get this person excluded from the community, or I'm going to have to leave the community. And but that would be normal social dynamics.
But the thing was that was what they were discussing in their last video, because this Shari was basically saying exclude her, ban her, do it now, and Jacob was saying no, I have to get her on, and so that was a tension between the two of them. And then he said this thing about the Trinity, which might have annoyed her. And then she said, "Oh, but Jacob, with her, Nazi associations, meaning those photographs, you could get into trouble." And she was pulling out all the stops and talking about vulnerable people in their community. And I think what she meant was Christians who are still clinging to their belief in the Trinity, and she wants to protect these people.
Yeah, I don't know enough about her, even really have time to investigate it or care. I just like the social dynamics that
Yes, yeah,
exclusionary. You say like, okay, like I'm a grown man, like it would make friends. You're like, okay, like I'm here to social climb, I'm here to get ahead for myself, and I don't see my relationship with you helping or benefiting. So
well, I do draw
and then
people
you could
to.
take a social strategy, like in a lot of places, people will just ignore you or keep you at arm's length, and versus actually exclusionary methods. And certainly in streaming, it's easy. You could just ban somebody. You could just time them
Yes,
out.
but he chooses not to, despite people like Sherry, telling him to, because I think some people are a little curious about what I have to say, and they never even allow me to just finish my sentences. They just prefer to do their dance of hatred and fear, and then claim that their feelings have been hurt and therefore I have to go.
It probably has nothing to do with you. I would say that you're like me, that either you have a demeanor where I don't ban people and I believe in providence. So, it's like, well, I don't really like you. I'm not really interested in you, but I believe in providence. So if, God keeps on sending you my way, I'm going to take that as a divine message or some sort of like, I don't ban anybody. And, so I would guess that if Jacob's making a decision, it's probably he probably has some sort of universal principle, and it's probably not specific to you in the sense that how he's treating you is probably indicative of a principled way that he would treat anybody. Um, but
Yeah,
I'm not trying. I don't know the guy, but say the sense is not something you specifically caused. It's just indicative of his worldview, his universal outlook on how to deal with these situations. He's like, well, it doesn't work. I don't ban people because it doesn't work, or because I
yeah,
believe.
that was what he was saying. That was what he was saying, basically. So to continue the story, um, he's organizing a conference in Chino, California, which is
You told me
basically
about that, so like, I mean, you were telling me like I should go to it, and it's like, it didn't look. I mean, it looked semi interesting, but it looked kind of like Christian, and like I was mentioned, like the science of consciousness. That's a different type conference. So like I was kind of surprised, like because you're telling me about this conference, and then and then they're not really big names. So I thought maybe just hop in and try to speak to these guys, but then I don't want to tell them like Claire sent me, and but you're saying that Paul and Jacob together are the co-organizers of this
no,
of
no. Well, okay. I know that the Jacob is organising it, and the speakers there will be the ones at the last conference,
using
which is called Consciousness and
Paul's just
Conscience,
invited. Jacob's the
and
organizer of the conference.
no, he wasn't organising the other one, but anyway, the other one was in Ontario in September, I believe, and the speakers there were Jonathan Pageau and a philosophy a professor called Richard Mondrell. And the other one was Paul Van der Clay. He didn't really say that much. And the big star was John Vervaeke. Have you heard of him?
Vervaeke, I've heard him. He's a big name, but
That's right. And
I
he
don't
was
really
there.
follow or listen to him. And it's peripheral to like consciousness, but um, no, I haven't really followed him. But I mean, he's a relatively big name. I see it relatively often, and maybe you're the most person who's been mentioning it. But like, I think his name even pops in. Maybe he spoke to Jordan Peterson,
That's
or
right.
but
That's right.
I don't think I've ever watched one of his interviews, but I've seen him, from.
Yeah, well, he's going to be speaking at the one in Chino. So, I don't mind giving, their thing publicity. I mean, I just thought anyone who's interested in, I don't know, mindfulness and, whatever, and basically talking about, spiritual homes for Americans. So I think it's something to do with politics, perhaps, because the last one that had Richard Mondrell talking about it was about religion, or
And more
conscience.
academically. So you share it like it looked, like you said, like mindfulness, and it's got like prayer sessions and a Christian bent to it. So, like, no, I'm not interested at all in those things. Even like from a Hindu perspective, not really. I'm more academically interested in, um, I mean, consciousness in general, but the science of consciousness, not
Have
mindfulness.
you
Like,
met Luke Ford in person?
no, no, I haven't been on.
Well, I don't know. Okay,
I haven't been outside
I
of Metro
told
Detroit
Luke
since.
about it just in case he was interested. Though probably not. But I thought,
Yeah, I would say
it's not
zero
far
chance
from
Luke
him.
would
He
be
might
interested
be
in that.
interested. And you can just you guys could meet or something if you wanted to.
Yeah, no, I mean, that wouldn't be for that. Like, it's not. It's like I'm not into mindfulness, and then if this one was from like a Christian perspective, like it wouldn't be.
It's vaguely political. But they don't want to say that because I don't know. I mean,
Even if it was
I don't.
Jewish, I probably wouldn't be interested. Like if it was a conference of Jewish academics, but like if it was like a Jewish retreat, meditation, wellness thing, even that wouldn't interest me. Like but I mean, because that's not the. If it was Hasidic Jews, they wouldn't have such a thing. I mean, some Hasidic Jews do have some things that are usually commercialized, but it's saying like if Hasidic Jews, like if I wanted spirituality among Hasidic Jews, I would just go to like a Rebbe in Tishon, like I go to Stanford Hill, or Borough Park or whatever. But like some sort of commercialized retreat. So
I
if
think
it
it's
was,
about networking and, talking to, other like-minded, I guess, middle class
I
Americans
mentioned like,
who come from a Christian background and, are feeling
why don't you go to
confused
Italy?
and concerned about the way their country is going. It's that sort of thing, I suppose.
Yeah, so I've never done those. They don't interest me. The Science of Consciousness conference, I don't think has anything to do with wellness. It's more high level academic research. Like saying like the Royal Society, they got members of the Royal Society. Penrose, Hammerall, and uh, mostly professors, and it's really like high level physics and biology that so I mean, just because the word consciousness is in it, and then the same word is used like consciousness and for a mindfulness retreat as for like a science conference. But I would put the Science of Consciousness conference basically it's a science conference, and it's not it's not religious in any nature. They had Deepak Chopra who had like a meditation seminar in the morning. Optional, voluntary, a few years, but and even Deepak Chopra, he was a Harvard MD, and his brother's like the dean of Harvard Medical School. Um, so no relationship at all. But I would have, it would have been interesting to speak to Paul. Like I wouldn't mind. I mean, it would have even been interesting to speak to Jacob, and just so it was a little ironic that that's what they were talking about. But I mean, Jacob, if he's a Jewish scholar, or does interfaith, I wouldn't mind speaking to him or Paul, especially if he was speaking about like cults or some perspective. Like I mean, I'll generally talk to anybody, but I'm not trying to break into any circles. I'm trying to find people that are interested in what I'm interested in, um, and you can play like
Mhm.
a little ball in networking, build up numbers, but and I guess
Yeah, well, you know what I'm trying to do, don't
my
you? I
interests
mean,
are wider because
you
I
know
guess
what I'm trying to do, don't you?
well, yeah, man, but you're much more narrow and limited because you're basically building up something that is your own creation that
Yeah, well, when
has a lot of
obviously
pushback from
I
other
want them
people.
to discuss secular Quranism at their Chino conference because,
I mean, so I have interests that are. I'm not necessarily. I have multiple truth hypotheses. I'm not necessarily pushing anything unique on my own, and I have interests that are minor enough that I'm reaching out into the the metaverse, the internet world to find people. But things like the Science of Consciousness, the history of science, the Royal Society, Kabbalah, spirituality. That relatively, I'm sure there's hundreds of thousands of people. There's a lot of people across the world that are interested in these subjects, as opposed to you got your own unique thing that you're pushing. That I mean, God bless you. Maybe you'll build up and get followers and get. But I
yeah,
think
yeah. Well,
a little bit
I
different.
do have a specific object,
I'm saying like,
and this is what
well,
I'm doing.
maybe there's no difference. I mean, saying like, okay, there's some random woman, Claire Call, who's got this idea of secular chronism. You're interested, you want to hear about it, and as opposed to like Doooovid, he's talking about the philosophy of science. You want to talk about
Yeah, yeah.
the philosophy of
There's sort
science
of
with
no.
them.
I mean, obviously, it's a kind of it's to do with politics, and you prefer non-political matters. But yes, that's what I'm trying to do. That's a circle I'm trying to break in. I was talking to Vincent earlier, and he seemed to be
Why are you trying
thinking
to
I was
break in?
moving too fast.
Why don't we, if you're trying to, I mean, if you're a smart woman, I mean, I give the example like, I mean, if you kind of play ball, but your goal is to push what you're pushing, and whatever it is, like so to say, like you could be like an annoying insurance agent, and so it's every time the opportunity comes in, like I think, well, do you have life insurance? Have you thought about buying life insurance or something like that? And the person
Jacob
could,
used to do that. He was
yeah,
a
I mean,
broker.
it's a very common Jewish profession. But I'm just saying that if you're, you could pretend like you're interested or breaking into circles, but you're not really interested. You're only minorly interested. You just want to sell them life insurance. And if you want to put like secular chronism, like you're going to pretend to be interested. You might have minor interest, but at the end of the day, um, you want to promote what you're promoting. So it's like
Of
a synagogue
course.
or something. You come in, and it's like, well, you could come in and participate in the synagogue, but you can't promote anything else. Like you're here to do Jewish stuff, and you can't promote Christianity or secular cronyism or anything. It's not the time and place for it. And so, I mean, a lot of people probably feel like that in their general interactions. I might like a little curiosity, but like they don't want to be. They're not really interested in, or they know what they're interested in. They're not necessarily interested in
No,
trying to
no.
be.
I know those people are
Well,
Islamophobes, and they don't, and Americans
I'm not
just
saying
don't.
you're going to put a pejorative on it, but it's saying
Yeah, yeah, I
they're not
am
open.
because
They're not
obviously
open
they
to.
don't like it, they hate it, and they're going to reject it. I get it.
Yeah, I'm
But
saying they don't want to hear about it.
all I'm looking for is for somebody to actually give sound reasons other than, oh, I don't care for it, I don't like it, and leave it
Well,
at
that's just
that.
normal. It's why
I mean,
saying
I'm
like,
just,
okay, like
been
I could be
wondering,
friends with an insurance
maybe there
agent.
is just somebody who is capable of dealing with it in a rational way, other than, oh, I hate it, oh, I don't think it's going to happen, you know.
Well,
So,
just saying that
I mean,
I'm not
obviously,
interested
after
in it.
all these
So
years,
if our
there's not a
relationship is
single
dependent
public
upon you,
intellectual who is capable of dealing with it on those terms.
because you're framing in your own terminology, just saying like,
Yeah,
okay, I don't
I am.
mind being friends with you, but
And if
I'm not
people think
interested
it's
in what you're
shit,
interested in.
then they can give a reason rather than rambling on all over the place
Yeah,
saying,
but
"Oh,
you
I
have
don't
to.
care."
You're too caught up in you're just saying like, okay, like I don't mind being your friend, but I'm not really interested in that. So if we
Yeah,
could
I mean, if you would
compartmentalize our
just let
friendship
me tell the story
and
without
just say as long
constant
as
interruptions, then I would be, over and out more quickly. I mean, you wanted me to tell the story, and you keep interrupting it with all your rambling. So, and now we're here, and nobody even remembers the story.
yeah. So well, so I guess anything else you wanted to say?
Yes, and I'm saying, obviously, I want to get them talking about it because they have no other solution. They're rambling all over the place. They know they can't use Christianity. There is no possibility of getting a Christian amendment to declare the American Republic to be a Christian country because it's not going to happen. Because, even the white people who started the whole thing don't believe in it. And, Americans have no official religion, and which is why most of them are neurotic and confused and depressed and suicidal.
Yeah,
But there's no
you're not interested.
person capable of discussing it rationally.
Are you saying that your basic only interest is promoting your secular cronyism, that you're not really interested in being part of their club or community? You're interested in promoting what you want to promote, and if it doesn't work, you're going to move on.
No, there's not that many places for me to move on to. What I do is, okay, I go to their channel, I talk to them, and some of them are receptive and some of them are not. And some of them feel very threatened, and some of them think I might have something to say. But it is just the way Jacob manages everything because he does catastrophize everything. And I don't know if you saw that video, he was crying. And then he
I don't
and
have
on
anything against
Discord.
Jacob. Like I don't need to. I mean, like I don't have anything against you either. Just saying, like if it's not interesting, not interesting. The world's a big place, so move on. And
Yeah, I mean, are you going to let me finish the story without constant
yeah, because
interruptions?
I don't. I'm not really interested in hearing you say bad things about Jacob. Like I don't know the guy. I don't care for your sort of say gossip about him.
It's not gossip, it's just my opinion. If people don't agree
We
with
have
me,
that opinion.
then that's fine.
I
But
don't
I'm
care about
trying to explain
I
the
don't care about your
situation.
opinion about him. Like if you say just the facts, your opinions about him are
Okay, the fact is that on Discord, I asked if he'd like it if I attended a conference. So, okay, this is an exchange, and he said yes. So I was a bit nonplussed because I wasn't expecting that. And now it seems he's changed his mind. I don't know. Most people there seem to be, well, a little inconsistent, a little moody, a little emotional, to say the least. And I'm saying that they're quite hard to deal with, really, because I don't know what, instead of just saying, right, what do you have to say? What's your thing? And go through the thing methodically. They just want to, go around with their heads chopped off, and being hysterical and denouncing each other. And, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but just a lot of repeating. That's why I said, like Charles Moskowitz, it's just a lot of people repeating each other's and restating their opinions. So
Yeah,
if it's
yeah.
just like, okay, like I know what you say, I know what you think, and I disagree, and we're
Well,
having the
what
same
is there to
conversation,
disagree
just
with?
like
Do you
and
think I'm
reiterate.
telling a lie or something? Do you think I'm lying?
Well, I'm not going to impugn your motives or something like that, or
Okay,
say
I'm
make
telling
a
you what happened.
depreciation. Like
It's my
if you say
weekend
like Charles
review. It's
Moskowitz,
my weekend
I
review,
don't think
right?
that I don't think that any I'm not judging whether people are good or bad people,
Okay, you
or
asked
just
me
saying
here
that
to give you my weekend review, and now you don't like it, or you keep interrupting so I can't tell you my story, and then you want to
because
criticize
you
me
keep
for.
on throwing in gossip into your story.
Well, I have to tell you the situation about him saying, yes, you'll be very welcome at the Chino conference. And then, well, I don't know what the situation is now. And this is the situation.
Maybe just stick to
I'm
the
happy to
facts. So,
leave it
so
at
say
that
you have
now.
speculations about people's motives or the way that
Well,
they
yeah, I
feel.
don't know what the hell they're on about.
That's not the facts. So your speculations about the motivations of
Well,
people,
okay, I'm saying I don't know. All
is
right,
not
I'm not
factual,
even
and it's
speculating.
irrelevant. It's kind of just like a waste of time. It's not so just the facts.
Yeah, I've told you. I've told you the facts. I've told you what happened. I don't know the reason. I suspect it's neurosis, but who am I to know?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you could speculate, have your opinion, but um, I don't know. You don't know, so it doesn't seem worthwhile to talk about. And generally streaming in general, that it's tough to get into a repetitive situation where people are just talking for whatever reason, talking to have human interaction, and it's repetitive because people say the same thing again and again and again, and each time, so there's very little new content. And one of the biggest problems is so it's impugning motives, or uh, some sort of conjecture, so subjective analysis of what people might be feeling or their character, or then some sort of statement of whether they're good or bad people. And so generally I avoid that. I think it's unproductive, largely a waste of time, and hinders progress. So
Progress towards what?
advancement towards goals.
What
I
goals
mean, Jonathan
are we
Haidt
to have in these exchanges?
well, generally I try to have morally neutral conversations where I'm not trying, don't not good or bad, moral or amoral, or whether people are uh, so just like like what people are doing, what their ideas are, uh,
Mhm. I'm
network,
interested in that.
who they're streaming with, but you throw in a lot of conjectures about good and bad, and motivations and feelings that
Because I'm interested in psychology, as I believe you are.
well, I'm interested in psychology too, but
You're
it
interested
doesn't
in behaviorism, aren't you?
yeah, but it doesn't mean I want to necessarily like psychoanalyze every single person I talk about. I'm sure like
Well, I mean, that's the only way of
the
making
science of
psychology interesting,
psychology in
isn't it?
general. I occasionally do psychoanalysis and digressions into what people might be motivated by or feeling, but it doesn't mean that I want to throw that in with every single conversation. I said that's not just the facts. So psychology interests me, but when I'm talking about something, I'm not going to throw in my interest in psychology because that's not just the facts.
Well, it's a fact that you're interested in psychology, as am I. Was there anything, have
Yeah, but
there been
it
any
doesn't mean I'm
developments
interested
in
in your.
psychology?
It doesn't mean I'm interested in your psychoanalysis of every person that you mention.
I wasn't proposing to psychoanalyze anyone. I thought you wanted to discuss what behaviorism and what's the other thing that you wanted to talk about?
Was this 33? I got someone backstage. Not sure if that Amzi too. So why don't I move on? I'm going to move on with the show, and so thanks for coming on, Claire, and be in touch, in contact.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Okay, great. I'm not sure if this 33.
Hello, can you find
Hello?
me?
Let me take this. I'm not sure if who this person sound like a recording. Okay, so if anyone in the chat or Amsi, if you want to talk, you could come on. Otherwise, I'm going to go back to some of my research. I have some stuff on science mostly. Mostly what I focus on is science, and I find it interesting talking to people, but conversations move on, and so I want to keep it moving, and you could find anybody, and like the gift of gab or schmoozing, and next thing you know, hours have went by. So try to be like productive and planning out for the future, and so like week in review to review uh, plans, or more like meta level of analysis, planning for the future. So I have more stuff on stuff that I'm researching. So I'll even make Amzi a mod. So I've been working with Amzi. She's got a good program, and appreciate her having me on her channel and some of her reporting style. So good to network and different type people. But so I wrote it. I'm going to write another essay on monism, and it's related to panpsychism and Lambie. Jennifer wasn't able to do Sunday time slot anymore, so we had to stop the Sunday time slot. We may continue to stream or week in review, but as of now, she can't do Sunday anymore. We did a few like trying to move it around, but I'm not sure like week in review trying to move the date around will help so much. So I'm just gonna go Sunday solo, and maybe it also allow me to network more, because Jennifer wasn't really into networking, and I don't say I want to narrowcast. I'd like to get into larger circles. So like a lot of people I've spoken with them, I know their basic ideas, and people are trying to grow their channel or spread their ideas, but may or may not work, and do some larger networking, and like so I'm largely have certain ideas I'm interested in. So one of them is monism. So I've talked about monism on Week in Review often. Monism is related to panpsychism, and I'm going to write an essay on monism. I read a few books on the subject and did some research, and so I have some notes I'll go through real quick, and then hopefully I'll be able to turn this into a proper essay, maybe even this week. And I also want to talk about panpsychism and dualism and a few other subjects. So I wrote a few sentences just in the beginning. The rise of Western philosophical monism. Monism has ancient origins, but the term is relatively modern, appearing in English in the last 200 years. There's a crossover of various other philosophical ideas such as pantheism, panpsychism, Kabbalah, and Eastern schools of non-dualism. However, modern philosophical monism arises uniquely out of the Enlightenment and in relationship to empiricism and the scientific method. Also, there are multiple strains of monism trying to unify various dualisms, with the more popular form of monism among spiritualists trying to unify spiritual and material, or religious and scientific, as opposed to monism of philosophers and logicians trying to resolve more complicated technical issues of philosophy. So monism, I guess, has two different schools. There's idealistic monism and materialist monism, and there's a monism of things like the Theosophical Society, Madame Blavatsky, Kabbalah, Eastern origins, that largely focuses on monism as opposed to dualism, saying that there's a unique spiritual substance and material substance, like Descartes Cartesian dualism, res extensia and res cognitus, of extensia being the extension, but the material extension, and cognitus, mind. And in Kabbalah, that would be spirit and matter. And so either mind and matter, spirit and matter. And there's crossovers to like hylomorphism, but if you're saying to unify religion and science, as opposed to like Bertrand Russell and the scientist who had a monism in terms of an explanation of mind, or even mind-like properties, if you want to call secondary properties in material substances, such as you say, like there's the shape of an object, then there's qualities, secondary qualities of the object, like color or temperature or purpose and function, most specifically purpose and function. Hey, Boo Boo, thanks for turning in. So idealistic monism focuses on reconciling science and religion, and Ernest Haeckel is a biologist contemporary of I think Galton and Darwin, and he wrote books called The General Morphology and Natural History of Creation, 1866, a natural monism based on biology, one of the first people to popularize the term monism. So here's some proto-monist ideas. So I'm going to try to turn this into an essay. So I'm just showing some of the work what I'm working on. Hopefully next week I'll have an essay. So precursors to monism, the term monismus, Christian Wolff, who was a philosopher in opposition to Descartes' dualism. And the main concept of monism is that there's a substance that gives rise to the material and the spiritual, to mind and matter. And that substance that gives rise to mind and matter is something different. And we'll talk about the different forms like neutral monism or atomism, but just saying that there's not, in the Kabbalah, they talk about the realm, olam, the world of the spiritual and the world of the material, as two separate realms. Monism would be that there's a proto-common ancestor of both the spiritual and the material. And, so to say, like two sides of the same coin, that there's some substance and it has two sides to it, one material and one spiritual, but the building block to the universe is not material, not spiritual, but a precursor element. And we'll talk more about, when we talk about neutral monism, what are the possible concepts that could be considered to be this precursor element that is neither mind nor matter. So Christian Wolff uses the term monismus. Gottlieb, Leibniz, Wilhelm Gottlieb Leibniz, from the calculus, wrote a book, Monadology, and has a concept. It's not clear whether it's the exact same thing as monism. Monism doesn't really develop into the 1850s. William Gottlieb Tennemann was a Kantian history of philosophy, he wrote like a dictionary of philosophy that was translated into English in 1832 and is the first known origin of the word monism in the English language. And he had the differentiation between the critical method, first inquiry into mature faculties of knowledge, uh, then the knowledge of things. So if you're looking at how do you understand the world, do you first look at knowledge, which would, so to say, be mind or matter? Do you start with mind or do you start with matter? So the critical method starts with mind and then moves to matter. The dogmatic method starts with matter and then moves to mind. And materialism, you generally say that matter is the origin of mind. And you could have a monistic interpretation. So let's say if you're dualistic, you say they're just two separate things that operate parallel to each other at the same time, as opposed to monistic, where there's one thing that gives rise to both mind and matter. And so you could be more towards the spiritual side or more towards the material side. And there's a guy, Schelling, and actually I think ironically Countercurrents was writing on Schelling on other topics, maybe he culturally conservative, but Schelling was an early monist from a spiritual mind and spirit is one. Spinoza is also considered an early monist. Spinoza is a pantheist. So there's crossover between pantheism and monism, but they're not necessarily the exact same thing. Spinoza referred to the absolute identity, and that means there's an absolute identity that's beyond the mind aspect or the material aspect. And so whether Spinoza was a monist and believed that that was something different, that was the absolute identity that gave rise to both material and mind, is disputed among scholars of Spinoza. And positive or negative, materialist and spiritualism, systems of absolute identity. So Schelling is considered a proto-monist. And here also you have just something I might cover, I'll probably briefly mention, and when I get back to the multiple truth hypothesis, I'll probably do a thorough overview of the history of truth and theories of truth. But there, it's well known, there's the correspondence theory of truth and the coherence theory of truth, and there's a few other theories of truth. The correspondence theory of truth is somewhat like realism or Newtonian science, where there's a corresponding world of thought and things, a rational description apprehended by experience. That would be like scientific laws, where there's a theory and the theory corresponds to reality and could be perceived by experience, like a heuristic, a law of science, a trend. And you say, well, here's the idea, and then here's the observation of the idea that matches reality, which is similar to scientific realism, which I covered in my philosophy of science series. I'll go back to. You have the coherence theory of truth, anti-realism, some people that say Kantian, and the coherence theory through propositions, coherence within a set of beliefs, cannot know world as it is. True, the propositions about nature are not measured against external nature, like the correspondence theory of truth, but internally with respect to its coherence within a set of beliefs about nature. So the coherence theory of truth rejects that you could correspond ideas with reality, and that the correspondence of the idea to reality is bounded up within the idea. And so that's Kant, and I talk about the neo-Kantians and the method of scientific discovery or nature of truth, but say there's a realm of unknowable. You're never really going to know reality. We're limited by perception, and even our ideas, when we try to connect them to reality, they're based upon the idea. And sometimes I think they refer to that as theory ladenness, that the idea itself, the theory of itself, will affect how you try to correspond that to reality. And so like a Newtonian or scientific realism approach to the correspondence theory of truth, that you can't actually correspond a conjecture of truth to what is actually happening, versus a coherence theory of truth recognizes that the theory itself is going to affect how you attempt to correspond it to so-called reality. And these are important to understanding monism, and whether the correspondence theory of truth is physicalist or dualist in nature, or the coherence, it's unclear, but I just put this in there because it was related. So naturalistics monists deny the limit of inference from experience, and generally say that there's one element that gives rise to knowledge, mind, and the material, but it's closer to the material. Or naturalistic could also be philosophical, which is deny the limit of inference from experience, and they're somewhat in conflict with the Neo-Kantians, and I'll talk more about the Neo-Kantians' pursuit towards truth but never reaching it. So Friedrich Schleiermacher insists on the unity of mind and nature. Natural monists attempt moral sense of nature, not Schelling's impersonal absolute identity, but personal God. So Schleiermacher, Schelling had a form of monism that led to absolute identity, maybe in line with pantheism or Spinoza. So Schleiermacher tries to have a monism that gives rise to a personal deity, maybe in defense of Christianity in general, combining natural philosophy with theology. And they have names like Humphrey David and Hans Oersted of the Royal Society that were important in the development of science, but were still believing Christians and had monistic leanings, that they thought monism could defend a scientific view of the world that still gave rise to a personal gods. In their case would have been Jesus Christ and Christianity. So Oersted, 1845, wrote Spirit and Nature are one, seen from two different sides. So that's kind of like the dual side monism, that there's one element that has two sides to it, and you could look at it depending on what perspective you look at it. You see the material or the spiritual side, but in essence, those are two sides of one of the same thing. Karl Goschel, 1832, Hegel's monism of thought. So another like interpretation of Hegel and monism of Hegel, we call spiritual monism, that gives more weight to the spiritual side, like maybe Church of Entropy, a Hindu approach, that the material arises from the spiritual, that not necessarily two sides of one thing, that the spiritual is more dominant, and as opposed to neutral monism, which we'll get to in a second. So Feuerbach, materialism's law of reality are also the laws of thought, ideal not with real but practical, or in our introduction with real. I think I meant interaction. So scientific monism is more leaning towards materialism and is a question about the rise of mind and the secondary qualities of objects. And so that would be like the school of Feuerbach. David Strauss replaced faith with science. 1835, Strauss wrote The Life of Jesus. Jesus of the myth, higher criticism, symbolic meaning. And so that there is a monistic value to spirit, but science is the ultimate reality and more materialistic approach, and a materialistic scientific approach to understanding religion. And so monism leads into fields like biblical criticism and the symbolic interpretation of religion. Alexander van Humboldt, a monistic holistic physicalism. Humboldt was connected with Darwin. Humboldt, I think it was 1850 or so, creates what's called the Cosmos publication, and a lot of the earliest writings on monism were in Humboldt's periodical Cosmos. Theosophy. So theosophy challenged Christian mind-body dualism, an alternative to natural monism. Madame Blavatsky, many people consider her a monist, but she's not really a scientist, and she's looking like a spiritual connection as opposed to, say the Christian mind-body dualism as some sort of monism. And Besant has the second generation leader of theosophy, a student of Madame Blavatsky. Say that monism could solve the problem of psychology and suffering. So Dilthey, another famous philosopher, distinguishes natural and human science, expand Kant critiques to social and cultural questions, metaphysics. And we'll see a lot of that in the philosophy of science, is the expansion of metaphysics into social sciences, history, psychology, eventually anthropology, social sciences, economics, and various things. Dilthey's famous saying, Goethe, where the poet was not a Spinoza, says the neo-Stoic. So Dilthey emphasizes the Stoic origins of monism, and Giordano Bruno, and said, don't consider Spinoza the founder of modern monism. Consider Giordano Bruno as the founder of modern monism, pantheism, and also the terminology world soul. These are notes when I put in the essay, things I might include. So there's the pantheism controversy with Moses Mendelssohn, Jacobi, and Lessing in Germany. These are that's also kind of proto. So Schelling and Hegel debate Spinoza's substance monism as a starting point to modern philosophy, whether how much credit they give Spinoza in modern philosophy in totality, and specifically monism. There's a guy, Kaminer, in 1912, had monistic and dualistic hereditary theory of biology, and I'm going to talk more about theology and biology, and the role of purpose, of function. What does it mean that biological organs have function? And so monism was an attempt in internal, external causes of change, that there would be an internal monistic element that wasn't purely materialistic. Scientific monism, comprehensive worldview extrapolated from subfield of science, integrate specialties, unification of science. So there was a period of like the Vienna School that had a scientific approach to monism and felt the monistic view was necessary to unify the sciences, that a materialistic, atomistic view of nature and the world would not be significant to unify the sciences. In the question of higher order rules, why do physical laws, what causes physical laws, that attempted some sort of monistic interpretation. So there's another guy, William Ostwald, non-reductionist foundationalism, it was called energetics, based on the conservationist energy as the unifying principle between subfield specialty, science and social, science-based meta-reflection, and possibly also spirituality. I'm going to talk more about the conservation of energy, but to say whatever it is, this monistic principle, the conservation of energy is the main unifying principle, not only of all of the various subfields of science, that the subfields of science function on some form of conservation of energy, but also the unification of social sciences and even spiritual sciences will be based on conservation principles, most specifically the conservation of energy. So William Ostwald was president of the Monist League, which was founded in 1906, from 1911 to 1915. And he argues for the openness of model, theory of manifolds, and order. He's connected with the Vienna Circle, Schlicht, Carnap, and Ayers, that talked about in my philosophy of science series. The magazine, The Monist. So there was a popular magazine called The Monist, established in 1890. Peer-reviewed articles on philosophy, Hegler was the name of the man who established it, and included big names such as Mach, Hilbert, Poincare, Binet, Alfred Binet of the IQ test, Haeckel, who I mentioned at the beginning, helped popularize philosophy in America, and had named like Charles Sanders Peirce, who I've mentioned many times in my Philosophy of Science series, Cassirer, the Neo-Kantian, Frege, mathematician, John Dewey, Gadamer, Quine, Putnam, and Russell. Paul Carus, also I think involved the monist, was a Spinozan pantheist monist. He called the term panbiotism. Bertrand Russell is probably one of the more popular monist panpsychists. 1921, in the Analysis of Mind, he writes of neutral monism, experience as raw material, self and mind emerge. So I'm going to talk more about neutral monism. And so the World War II brought kind of a downfall of monism. Monism became popular in politics. There were Marxist monists and mystics, and then eugenics, and all sorts of people brought monism into systems that became largely unpopular, such as fascism, Marxism, and eugenics, and it led to somewhat of a downfall. Although there's been somewhat of a modern rise. Donald Davidson's a modern monist in terms of the philosophy of mind, hard problem of consciousness, 1970. Mental events, he calls anomalous monism. Mental events are identical with physical events, but not describable by strict physical laws. So he calls nomological monism, which some people say is exactly the same as type physicalism, strict correlating laws, correlating entities, identical. And there's anomalous monism, only one class of entities, but no possibility of definition, and nomological reduction. And there's another popular type of monism, dual aspect monism, that David Bohm, popularizer, maybe Pavlov, Crick, some people say Carl Friston, call him a Markovian monist in terms of like the Markov blankets and the mathematical theories. Dual aspect monism, mental and physical, are two aspects, perspectives of the same substance. And a lot of the earlier monists could be considered dual aspect monists, in saying that there's something that we maybe don't have apprehension of, because we can't directly experience it. We have to experience something either through physical or mental, but there's a unifying, and even what word you're going to use for it, substance or some unifying aspect that we'll call the monad, that gives rise to both the material and mental. And so Wolfgang Pauli and Jung had worked on a theory of monism also. Gustav Fechner, of one of the fathers of psychometrics, had psychophysics. He was influential on Ernst Mach. And one of the most popular forms of monism from a non-spiritualist perspective, or like the scientific perspective, and actually is very influential on Einstein, is called neutral monism. The ultimate reality is neither mental nor physical. It was coined by Bertrand Russell in The Monist in 1913 in relation to the Vienna Circle, in reference to William James and Mach in some of their earlier works. So Ernst Mach, a famous physicist, he has multiple theories in thermodynamics and other field, one of the precursors to Einstein's theories. Also worked with Rudolf Carnap in his Aflo 1928. So Ernst Mach was a physicist and a psychologist, and wanted to close the gap between the physical and psychological, and he was a large influence on James and Russell, and had a lot of the precursor to what became neutral monism that was developed by James, then further developed by Bertrand Russell. So 1886, Ernst Mach wrote The Analysis of Sensation, an umbrella framework of natural science for physics and human experience, break theories into elements of spare functions and causal function relations, with sensation as real as physical events. Physical events are manifestations of physical force which are manifestations of potential differences, drive all natural change and events, even mind-independent, phenomenological, physics over mechanical physics. So Ernst Mach was attempting to apply mathematical methods of potential difference to mental phenomenon like Gustav Fechner and his psychophysics. So William James developed Ernst Mach's monism, 1912 radical empiricism. He has the paradigm of neutral monism: eliminate consciousness for pure experience. William James wanted to not talk about consciousness, but pure experience. Sensations are real concrete particulars. Sensations have acts and events, and perceptions, judgments, which could be true or false. Judgments of direct perception of objects is based on mind-independent external objects. Sensations are actual proper parts of external objects, not indirect mental representations. And so I'm still doing more research. I didn't get to Bertrand Russell, but William James starts to really question what is the monad? What is, if there's something neutral that's not material or mental that gives rise to both, what are candidates? So just say it's a hypothetical monad, kind of like Leibniz in his monadology, where it's just some hypothetical monad that gives rise to both the mental and physical, versus saying something that we could know and experience and think, this is the monad, this is what gives rise to both the material and the physical. And William James proposed that that would be sensation, that sensation is this neutral element that is neither physical nor mental, and we sense through sensation that both mental and physical are perceived through sensation. So Bertrand Russell looks at further candidates for this neutral element that could be the monad, and refers to precepts, images, and sensations. And so interesting to say images. Images are perception. I have an image of something physical, but the image is not the physical thing. And it would say the image is not necessarily mental either. The image could be the precursor of the monad, that the image gives rise to both the mental and the physical, or precepts or sensations. So Bertrand Russell, Analysis of Matter, 1927, event particulars encompassing both sensations and physical events. So that's some of the research I was doing this week. Hope to go further on into the monad and monism, and have some sort of origin history overview of the main schools of monism. And then I might do the same for panpsychism, which is parallel and has ancient precursors, more so than monism. Monism has, like you mentioned, like the Neo-Stoics, and there are some ancient precursors to monism, but modern monism comes like 150 years ago. And, saying monism was very popular in the late 1800s. A lot of the big names in science and psychology were monist. So something interesting. Hopefully I'll have an essay in the next few weeks on monism. Okay, so I'm going to look today at the conservation of energy. And so let me just show real quick. So hopefully next week I'm going to be talking with Joanna Tries about evolution. And I prepared some thoughts on evolution, some slides. And, look, is biology a proper science? And there's the problem of chemistry, material acting together as a unit, the problem of biology and theology, the problem of evolution. And so I made slides on these, and I'll do more hopefully in the next few days, the hard problem of consciousness and general problems of evolution and ethics and morality. So these were things I was going to cover in my introduction. And so, this was some of the stuff we've been talking about in Week in Review: the scientific method, theories, and models, where science largely arises out of physics, mathematical descriptions of universal physical laws, mechanics of masses acting in space over time. Laws of science make exact predictions through equations. That like the best scientific theories are fully scientific because they're predictive in exact mathematical equations. Science was unified in the late 19th century through conservation of energy, well-defined formulas, differential equations, calculus, repeatable, testable experience that make exact predictions based on equations that can independently have to edit this. Sorry, there's some typos. Tested and verified. Relation between advances in science, engineering, and technology. Physics is the only pure science with proper theories, mathematical descriptions of universal laws. So, like Jennifer Church of Entropy say, well, it's scientific if it makes predictions, and say, well, no, I mean, from the certain level, it's scientific if it makes exact predictions through mathematical equations, not just making predictions. It has to be reducible to differential equations, to mathematical predictions, and that could be independently tested and verified through experiment. Chemistry, if you look, okay, it has to be reduced to physics. And physics has the problem of defining independent objects, acting with them empty space at time. Like, what is a mass? What does it mean to be an independent object? And if you have like atomism, however, chemistry looks at compounds. So despite philosophical difficulties with defining objects, forces acting at distances, Einstein's expression referring to quantum entanglement, spooky action at distance, empty space and time, mechanical physics was successful, providing predictive equations and relationships between observable and measurable phenomena. Chemistry, atomic structure, acting within law of averages, macrostructures, molecules operate beyond scope of law of physics and within statistical probability. So in chemistry, when we talk about molecules acting, it's not precisely reducible to physics equations of differential equations, because you'll have like laws of averages where because chemistry provides models and laws that make predictions within mathematical formulas. Objects are not precise, but fluid, changing only within statistical laws of average. So the problem of biology is teleology, function and purpose in biological structures. In Greek biology originated as a dualistic system with non-physical essence providing the purpose. They're called the vitalism, that there's something non-physical that causes a biological unit to have function. So you have like the human anatomy, where you have the various systems, the skeletal system, muscular system, immune system, digestive system, circular system, respiratory system, endocrine system, reproductive system. So biology operates with structures and substructures, each with specific function, purpose, teleology towards larger organism. Problem, the whole parts, origin of function, units operating together with common purpose. Scientific biology, metabolism, biochemistry conform to conservation of energy. So the most scientific aspect of what we know about biology, things like the Krebs cycle, photosynthesis, chemical reaction, biochemistry, have the basis of the conservation of energy. So like a reduction of biology to chemistry to physics, and that would follow the basic unifying principle of the conservation of energy. So how does form determine function? Emergence. So Aristotle, the famous hylomorphism or form determining function. And so if you take an atomist materialist perspective, you say that there's no teleology, there's no vitalism, that if it does have a function, it's not purposeful, it just emerges from the form. So Jennifer's terminology, the metaphysical parsimony, emergence, or dualism. Is it more parsimonious to say that somehow function emerges from form, or to have some sort of dualism of vitalism to say that, or even monism, that function doesn't emerge from form, but derives from some separate realm? And the solutions of genetics, unity of purpose contained within genetic code information. So there's also problems of genetics and information theory. Problems of evolution, the Madan-Bailey fallacy, natural selection evolution. Evolution is a vague umbrella term which includes natural selection, genetics, inheritance, speciation, and more, which are within general scientific biology as predictive and explanatory models, but not mathematical or precise as physics, and suffer problems of chemistry and biology and more. Evolution is a larger cosmology, universal explanation to origins and purpose of life, and explanatory theological framework with elements of scientific biology, but as a whole is not predictive scientific model, but explanatory metaphysics. So Thomas Kuhn's structure of scientific revolution. Evolution is the current paradigm for medicine and biology. Evolution serves a purpose to insert theology in biology. So with the theory of evolution, you say, well, the reason why this has this function is because of evolution. That, the theory of evolution and replication and mistakes and natural selection, survival of the fittest, and various other things, that theology emerges. So you're saying, well, why does this organ have this function? Is it not, not vitalism, not some sort of like spiritual monistic source? You're saying, no, it's evolution. And so evolution allows this insertion of theology back into biology. And so that's some of the points I plan on making. And you're just reading through, I say I need to make some edits on that. So here is just a Wikipedia on metabolic pathways. So biochemistry and metabolic pathways, a linked series of chemical reactions occurring within a cell. The reactants, products, and intermediates of an enzymic reaction are known as metabolites, which are modified by a sequence of chemical reactions catalyzed by enzymes. In most cases of metabolic pathway, the product of one enzyme acts as the substrate for the next. However, side products are considered waste and removed from the cell. These enzymes often require dietary minerals, vitamins, and other cofactors to function. Different metabolic pathways function in the position with eukaryotic cell and the significance of the pathway in the given compartment of the cell. So there are two types of metabolic pathways that are characterized by their ability to either synthesize molecules with the utilization of energy, anabolic pathways, or break down complex molecules and release energy in the process. So the main point I want to make here is in relationship to the conservation of energy. So metabolism, I think metabolism comes from the word to change, but it's generally related to energy. So the metabolic pathways are defined by either producing or releasing energy. And from the scientific point of view of reductionism, biology reduces to chemistry, which reduces to physics, and has to obey the conservation of energy. So when you look at a metabolic pathway, you will have energy conserved because either energy is inputted or outputted, and the amount of energy remains constant. And in terms of like human metabolism, and this go back to Helmholtz when like the formation of the conservation of energy principles in the late 1800s, where Helmholtz theoreticized that eventually human activity would be able to correspond to these physical laws, but you don't have the rise of microbiology till like the 1950s. And so here's a chart of all of the various metabolic pathways, and all these are relatively, so to say, scientific because of the conservation of energy. In a sense, theoretically could be reduced to physics. So just something hopefully I'll look at more in the future, but I wanted to mention this in relationship to so here's like the full chart of all the various metabolic pathways that are used in the body. And this would come to scientific biology. So there's the problem of chemistry in the sense of a lot of these are in flux. So if you say there's masses, so you have the universe, the conservation of mass and the conservation of energy, and you have compounds that change, that are oxidated or reduced or combined to form different molecules, and mass is conserved and energy is conserved. So the basis of biochemistry is the conservation of mass and energy. So a few articles to look at. So here was an interesting history. This one's pretty long, and so I'm not going to read from this, but just put in the chat to share a priori components of science, Lavoisier, and the law of conservation of mass and chemical reaction. In his book, Identity and Reality, Emil Meyerson argued for a philosophical a priori background in the case of all scientific conservation laws. This work discusses one of the special cases he addressed, the conservation of mass and chemical reactions. It analyzes the attitudes of Antoine Laurent de Lavoisier and Hans Landolt regarding their own experiments concerning this laws of conservation. This case study is relevant for the teaching of chemistry because it clearly shows the influence of philosophical principles in the development of science, thereby providing a nice example against the inductivist view of science. One of the most important principles in science is the law of conservation of mass, or the conservation of matter, is usually associated with the name Lavoisier, or sometimes Lomonosov. So, this is important. And here's another earlier precursor, and this is, I hope to come back to this also, because this is pretty important in terms of some of the stuff I want to start talking about, in terms of monism, dualism, multiple truth hypothesis, in terms of conservation, like I mentioned, energetics and Oersted, I forget the name now offhand, that I just talked about in monism, where conservation is the unifying principle between the spiritual and the material, that theoretically the spiritual and material realms both operate according to conservation principles. So here, conservation of energy, missing features in the nature and justification of why they matter, foundation of science. Misconceptions about energy conservation abound due to the gap between physics and secondary school chemistry. This paper surveys the difference in its relevance in the 1690s to 2010s Leibnizian argument that mind-body interaction is impossible due to the conservation laws. That's why Leibniz was considered a monist, or had the monad as a potential solution. Justification for energy conservation are partly empirical, such as Joule's paddle wheel experiment, and partly theoretical, such as the Lagrange statement in 1811 that energy is conserved if the potential energy does not depend on time. In 1918, Noether generalized results like Lagrange improved a converse symmetries implies conservation laws and vice versa. Conservation holds if and only if nature is uniform. The rise of field physics during the 1860s to 1920s implied that energy is located in particular places, and conservation is primordially local. Energy cannot disappear in Cambridge and reappear in Lincoln instantaneously or later. Neither can it similarly disappear in Cambridge or simply reappear in Lincoln. A global conservation law can be inferred in some circumstances. Einstein's general relativity, which stimulated Noether's work, is another source of difficulty for conservation laws, as it too rarely realized the theory admits conserved quantities due to symmetries of the Lagrangian like other theories. Indeed, general relativity has more symmetries and hence more conserved energies. An argument akin to Leibniz finally gets some force. While the mathematics is too advanced for secondary school, the idea that conservation is tied to uniformities of nature and that energy is in particular places are accessible. Improved science teaching would serve the truth and enhance social credibility of science. So this article is a little bit interesting. And here you see mental causation and or conservation laws 1690 to 1760. As early as the 1690s, Leibniz publicly deployed his understanding of conservation laws for momentum and his own proposed law of the conservation of living force vis viva, an ancestor of energy, as reasons to reject Cartesian soul-body causation. In the Theodicity, Leibniz put the matter thusly. So this is a topic I'm going to return to, and I've been meaning maybe I'll even stream and cover a commentary on Leibniz Theodicity. But anyone more studious who wants to look at this, highly encourage it. A topic I plan on returning to in the future. And here, here were some nice articles that were a nice history of the conservation of energy, readings of the origins of the first law of thermodynamics, part 1, the concept of matter, motion, and energy have occupied the minds of philosophers and science since ancient time. Although there are many who believe that mass and energy are conserved, it took many years until the first law of thermodynamics acquired its present form. The law of conservation of energy is one of the fundamental principles of the physical world. We understand it today by negating the possibility of perpetual motion. It puts a ceiling to the utilization of energy and to the thermodynamic efficiency of process. So it's a two-part article on conservation of energy. So the first law of thermodynamics speaks about the conservation of energy. Energy cannot be destroyed or created. It can only be transformed. In a given situation, energy must be present in several forms. Use of a common denominator allows calculation of the total amount present. In the words of John Bernard Stallo, it may be truly asserted that human intelligence begins and ends with the principle above stated. Although this law is only about 170 years old, the ancient philosophers elaborated extensively on a phenomenon that today would be explained in terms of energy and matter. Not only that, they devoted much thinking and discussion about the possibility of creation and disappearance of energy and mass, and some of them, well ahead of their time, concluded against the possibility of perpetual motion. Epicurus may be considered the first to apply the motion of the principle that nothing can absolutely originate or perish. Epicurus wrote that there is no place beyond the universe to which matter and motion can be communicated or from which can be derived. Carus in his De Rerum Natura says things cannot be created from nothing nor again. Once engendered, can they be reduced to nothing? Add on to this nature. Aristotelian philosophy, matter is the potential thing actualized by the energy of form, but matter and form are inseparable insomuch as the actual is itself potential having reached completion. Despite the clear Greek roots of the word energy, the materialization of a significant concept associated with it dates only from the first decades of the 19th century. The technical term itself was introduced in 1807 by Thomas Young on his Lectures of Natural Philosophy, 1807, as follows: when bodies are perfectly elastic, it may also be shown that the sum of their energies or ascending forces in their respective directions remain also unaltered. The term energy may be applied with great propriety to the product of mass or weight of the body into the square of the number expressing its velocity. The product has been denominated the living or ascending force, since the height of the body's vertical ascent is in proportion to it, and some have considered it the true measure of the quantity of motion. But although this opinion has been universally rejected, yet the force thus estimated well deserves distinct denomination, notwithstanding the simplicity of the view of the subject Leibniz, Smeaton, and many others have chosen to estimate the force of a moving body by the product of its mass into the square of its velocity. Thus also, when the resistance opposed by any body to a force tending to break it is to be overcome, the power of any body to break its proportional to the energy of its motion or to its weight multiplied by the square of its velocity. In almost all cases of the forces employed in practical mechanics, the labor expended in producing any motion is proportional not to the momentum but to the energy which is contained. In the following lectures on the motion of the connected bodies, Young extended his analysis of the motion of bodies connected by an inflexible line in these words: hence, in a connected system of bodies revolving around a given point with equal angular velocities, the effect produced by the rotary motion, as well as the force which is employed in producing it, is expressed by the product of the mass multiplied by the square of the velocity, and this product is the same that I've denominated the energy of the moving body. This examples given by Young make it clear that he is defining kinetic energy and nothing more. He is not referring or implying a conservation of energy in its general connotation. There are two important corollaries to the postulation of conservation of energy. One is the reciprocal conversion of all forms of energy, and the other, the impossibility of a perpetuum mobile, a device that creates energy from nothing. In its widest meaning, the first law should then be considered the energy balance sheet of the universe, or a theory of, in game language, a zero game situation. Interesting enough, the law talks about the quantity of energy, but not about its quality. Every process that maintains the parity is potentially possible. It does not take into account the fact that natural and spontaneous processes exhibit a directional property, that is, there is an entropy arrow that denies the prospect of processes that are impossible in nature. So this article is quite long. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Hey, Tom, good to see you. So, encourage people to look into the origins of the conservation of energy are very important. There's, ancient precursors. So it starts with Thomas Young and the definition of mechanical energy, and Hebert. Conservation of energy was first demonstrated as a restricted theorem in mechanics at least a century before the enunciation of a general conservation law embracing other forms of energy. This initial statement was based on the principle of conservation of mechanical work and or vis viva quantity of motion, that is, in every transformation of one form of potential energy and or kinetic energy into another form, the total energy remains unchanged. By 1750, this law of conservation of energy had been accepted for ideal mechanical systems. The equivalence of different forms of energy implies that a given transformation can be carried out by any number of paths. For example, the quantity of thermal energy is equivalent to the amount of electrical energy, and this amount of electrical energy is also equivalent to an amount of mechanical energy. So eventually, conservation of energy will include thermal energy, mechanical energy, and electrical energy. In the 19th century, the different forms of energy were compared against mechanical work simply because mechanics was the oldest and most investigated branch of physics, and on the other, the mechanical effects are more easily measured than other energy effects. The notion of mechanical work appeared very early in the history of mechanics. Coriolis and Descartes introduced the expression of mechanical work and quantity of motion, respectively. Expressed in modern terminology, the problem can be reduced to a comparison of the losses in potential energy, which accompany the gains in kinetic energy of bodies falling in the gravitational field, and the gains in potential energy and the losses of kinetic energy, which accompany the ascent of bodies in the gravitational field. Galileo investigated this problem during his experiment on motion along an inclined hard-smooth plane, a motion which is also equally or uniformly accelerated. Galileo assumed that in the absence of external resistance in perfectly round moving bodies requires equal final speeds when moving down planes of different inclinations. If the heights of these planes are equal, Galileo concluded that equal impeti are required so that it is impossible to design any series of connected inclined planes that will impart to the descending object a velocity which will carry it to a greater vertical height than it possessed before the fall. Obviously, the extreme case of this situation is one where the plane is inclined 90 degrees with respect to the horizontal. So, according to Ernst Mach, the central concept of Cartesian physics is the concept of motion. So just reading some highlights here. The importance of the problem of collision led in 1724 the Academy of Science in Paris to propose a prize for the best dissertation on the subject of the laws of impact of bodies. Johann Bernoulli submitted a memoir developed along the ideas of Leibniz, and he remarked that Leibniz's third law consists of the conservation of life forces. Any attempt to try to demonstrate it will result in blurring it. Actually, everyone accepts as an incontestable axiom that no efficient cause can be destroyed totally or in part without producing an action equal to the loss of the cause. According to Hebert, Bernoulli considered the vis a viva was something substantial which existed by itself and by its quantity and depended on nothing else. Any vis a viva possesses a definite quantity, none of which can perish without producing an effect. This life force is located in one of several bodies before a process. It must be of necessity be found in one or more of other bodies after the process. Bernoulli maintained, as Leibniz had done, that wherever vis viva seems to disappear, the power to do work is not lost but is only changed into some other form. Kuhn, the inventory conservation processes result principally from the stream of discoveries that came from Volta's invention of the battery in 1800. According to the theory of galvanization of the electric current was generated at the expense of the forces of chemical affinity, and its conversion proved only to be the first step in the chain. Electric current invariably produces heat, and under appropriate condition, light as well. By electrolysis, the current could overcome the forces of chemical affinity, closing the chain of transformation. A current has magnetic effects. Magnetism, in turn, could produce motion, and motion had long been known to produce electricity through friction. Another chain of conversions was closed. Heat applied to a bimetallic junction would produce a current directly. Current could on occasion absorb heat, producing cold. In 1834, Michael Faraday concluded 5 popular lectures on his new discoveries in chemistry and galvanism, with the 6th on the relations of chemical affinity, electricity, heat, magnetism, and other powers of matter. He illustrated his talks with a series of practical demonstrations on the interconvertibility of the different forms of energy, and concluded his lecture saying, "What can then surpass these evidences of the change of chemical forces into electricity and electricity into magnetism? I might show you many other experiments whereby I could obtain electricity and chemical action, heat and light from a magnet, but what more need I show you to prove that the universal correlation of the physical forces of matter and their mutual conversion on into another?" We have already mentioned that in 1824, Carnot stated his conviction that heat and work are quantitatively interchangeable. Marc Seguin, 1839, Carl Holtzmann, 1845, and Gustav Adolphe Hearn in 1854 repeated this assumption. In Putzalama's document of Carnot, we find a definition that gives the value of the mechanical equivalent of heat in these words. According to some ideas that I've formed on the theory of heat, the production of a unit of power necessitates the destruction of 2.7 units of heat. A machine which could produce 20 units of motive power per kilogram of coal ought to destroy the heat developed by combustion. As indicated by Mendoza, Carnot left no account of his method of calculating the equivalence. Summarizing, we can see that by the end of the first quarter of the 19th century, the interchangeability between the forms of mechanical energy and the equivalence of heat and mechanical work were already becoming accepted issues. In the short period between 1840 and 1850, the experimental evidence was ripe enough for the declaration of the general law of conservation of energy. The hypothesis of energy conservation was publicly announced in different forms by four widely scattered European scientists: Julius Lothar Mayer, James Prescott Joule, Ludwig August Kolding, and Hermann Ludwig van Helmholtz, all but the last working in complete ignorance of the other. In part two, we will describe the contribution of the most important scientists that led to the present statement of the law of conservation of energy. These descriptions are necessarily somewhat detailed because through them we can learn how the law started to take its form today. So you have Christian Huygens invented the pendulum clock. So the pendulum is one of the early precursors to conservation principles. Pendulum and clocks work necessitate conservation principles. Robert Hooke devoted a large part of his lectures to the concept of matter and motion and their properties. So somewhat religious in nature. So encourage people to read through these. Daniel Bernoulli, we mentioned Johann Bernoulli. So I read through this earlier, but Leibniz. So I encourage people to read through this. So part two, conservation of energy, readings on the origins of the first law of thermodynamics. In the second part of the history of the development of the first laws of thermodynamics, we describe the contribution of the four principal scientists, Kolding, Mayer, Joule, and Helmholtz, which provide the statement of the principle of conservation of energy as we know it today. In the first part of the paper, we discussed the general concepts behind the principle of conservation of energy and the possibility of constructing a perpetuum mobile. We also gave descriptions of the historical issues that led to the situation that by the end of the first quarter of the 19th century, the interchangeability between the different forms of mechanical energy and the equivalence of heat and mechanical work were already becoming accepted concerns. In the short period between 1840 and 1850, the experimental evidence was ripe enough for the declaration of the general law of conservation of energy. The hypothesis of energy conservation was publicly announced in different forms by four widely scattered European scientists: Kolding, Mayer, Joule, and Helmholtz. So Kolding, in his book about the mechanical theory, if he gave his Reid, in his book on the mechanical theory, he gave a historical overview of the development of the dynamical theory of heat, in which he attempted to render justice to the principal discoverers. He believed that the initial credit should go to Daniel Bernoulli, who in his book Hydrodynamica gave the first description of the theory of the constitution of gases. He then described the contributions of Sadi Carnot, Clapeyron, Seguin, Mayer, Kolding, Joule, Helmholtz, Clausius, Rankine, and Thomson, and Count Rumford, claiming that the priority of order corresponded to Mayer, who in his studies on the theory of respiration and comparison of animals to thermal machines had discovered the principle of conservation of energy as known today. According to Verdet, towards the time of the publication of Mayer's first memoir, Kolding presented to the Royal Society of Denmark a series of memoirs of the power of the steam and gas engines, which contained ideas almost identical with those of Mayer, and an example of the experimental determination of the mechanical equivalent of heat by friction, which does not appear to be very exact, but we ought to remember that the various memoirs to this physicist written in a language the knowledge of which is but little extended, and first printed several years after their presentation, we have exerted scarcely any influence on the subsequent development of the science. Helmholtz also credited Kolding as one of the first discoverers of the true expression of the laws of conservation of energy. He wrote, "The first who saw truly the law here referred to and expressed it correctly was a German physician, Mayer of Heilbronn, in the year 1842. A little later, in 1843, a Dane known Kolding presented a memoir to the Academy of Copenhagen in which the same law found utterance, and some experiments were described for its further corroboration. In England, Joule began about the same time to make experiments having reference to the same subject. We often find, in the case of questions to the solution of which the development of science points that several heads, quite independently of each other, generate exactly the same series of reflections. In the paper published in English in 1864, Colding refers to his previous work related to the new principle of conservation of energy, which in Danish is called the principle of the imperishableness or perpetuity of energy. And Verdit's claim that Colding's name should be put next to that of Mayer in relation to the discovery of the new principle touching the forces of nature. Colding then wrote that his first ideas of the relationship between the force of nature, based on Jean-Renaud d'Albert's principle of active and lost forces, were as follows. As the forces of nature are something spiritual and immaterial entities, very superior to everything material in the world, it is consequently quite impossible to conceive of these forces as anything naturally mortal or perishable. Surely, therefore, the forces ought to be regarded absolutely imperishable. His belief in the ideas led Colding 20 years before to present to the Royal Society in Copenhagen a treatise in which he exposed his thesis that force was imperishable and immortal, and therefore wherever force seemed to vanish in performing mechanical, chemical, or other work, it was actually undergoing a transformation and reappearing in a new active form having the same intensity as the original one. On the advice of Hans Christian Ørsted, his former teacher and counselor at the Polytech Institute, Colding decided not to present his arguments at the meeting of natural philosophers held in Copenhagen in 1840 until he could substantiate them with experimental data. Accordingly, he performed a series of experiments on the heat disengaged in friction phenomenon. In 1843, he presented his results to the Royal Society Copenhagen in the form of a memoir entitled These Concerning Force. In this memoir, he stated that although we cannot know or comprehend what it is that constitutes the nature of every force, but we perceive them through their effects, we can draw the following conclusions. When certain moving forces not in equilibrium act on a material point, some momentum is imparted proportional to the acting force. The momentum is imparted to the surrounding parts and propagate from these, so that the originally momentum is distributed through such a large mass that every perceptible trace of the action has disappeared. One cannot assume that an action may be gradually lost in the material without giving rise to perceptible action of the same magnitude. The forces must reappear as acting in other ways. When a force seems to disappear, it merely undergoes a transformation. Colding indicated that the results of other scientists were in good agreement with his thesis. So skip ahead a little bit. The new results described in the meeting of the Society in 1847 indicated that heat required to increase the temperature of 1 pound of water by 10 degrees was equivalent to the lifting of 1,185.4 pounds 1 foot. Sometime afterwards, Coulomb corrected the mechanical equivalent. In 1856, Colding published his last memoir on the subject, entitled Physical Investigation of the General Relationship Between the Intellectual Powers and the Forces of Nature, where he tried to show that the new principle of perpetuity of the forces of nature had made such progress in all branches of natural philosophy that there was scarcely any doubt left that the principle would be found to comprise a true law for the whole of nature, and perhaps one of the grandest and most successful laws known to us. Here he stated very clearly that as no power is lost in nature, so no power is able to grow in nature except at the expense of some other power. From here, he went on to more philosophical consequences, acceptance of Immanuel Kant and Pierre-Simon Laplante's hypothesis that the world originally given by the Creator was extremely subtle elastic fluid rotating around an axis, kept together by mutual gravitation of particles in the fluid, and assumed to contain all the chemical elements. Then the principle of conservation of power allowed, assuming that the original material substance had none of those qualities which characterize the chemical elements, except insofar as it was subjected to the force of gravitation. Then, without generation of a quantity of energy vis viva equal to the work done by the force of gravity, no condensation of the fluid could take part. So we see some of these Colding's precursory ideas. So Julius Robert Mayer. Mayer was neither a mathematician nor an experimental physicist. In the course of his service as a doctor aboard a Dutch ship, he discovered the law of conservation of energy by a sudden intuition by purely abstract means. Although he performed no experimentation, he used with considerable cleverness the experimental results of others. He wrote his first paper on the subject on June 16th, 1841, and sent it to Paggendorf, who rejected it and did not return it with an explanation. Fortunately, in 1842, Liebig accepted a corrected version of it for publication. This was the first paper containing a clear statement of the law of conservation of energy and contained an estimate of the value mechanical equivalent of heat. The publication was followed by several others containing elaborations of his views. Mayer believed that the creation or annihilation of force lies without the province of human thought and power. Joule expressed himself to a similar effect. It is manifestly absurd to suppose that the powers which with God has endowed matter can be destroyed. In his paper Remarks on the Forces of Nature, Mayer addressed the question, what is understood by forces and how different forces are related to each other. To him, forces are causes to which the principle of causa acquiet effectum, the cause equals the effect, is applicable, since if the chain of causes and effects a term can never become zero, then causes are indestructible in quantitative objects. Since causes can assume various forms, then they are qualitatively convertible and imponderable objects. As an example, Mayer writes that the force that causes the fall of objects is related to motion as cause and effect. They are convertible one into the other, two forms of one and the same subject. The magnitude of the falling force V is proportional to the magnitude of the mass and the height of the object which is raised. An interesting portion of Mayer's discussion of the relation between work, motion, and heat. His opening statement, in numberless cases we see motion cease without having caused another motion or the lifting of a weight, but a force once in existence cannot be annihilated. It can only change its form, and the question arises, what other forms of is force capable of assuming? Leads him to question whether motion is the cause of heat, whether in the numerous cases in which the expenditure of motion is accompanied by the appearance law of heat. So Mayer's following paper, The Motions of Organism, the Relation to Metabolism, was also rejected, and Mayer published it as a monograph, and it clearly stated heat as a force. It may be transformed into mechanical effects, and reference to a steam engine, the work done by the machine is indispensably bound to the consumption of heat. The last paper of Mayer on the subject, Remarks on the Mechanical Equivalence of Heat, 1851, again published a private document. Here repeats the basic arguments raised in the previous publication. The paper follows with a relation of the events that led Mayer to discover the principle of conservation of energy. In 1840, while studying the medical fact that newly arrived Europeans in Java used to bleed, he found that blood taken from the veins of the affected had a surprisingly bright red color. His medical background led him to understand that the color change that blood underwent in the capillaries was a result of the oxidation process taking place in the fluid, and that the production of heat in the process of oxidation must be less in the torrid zones than in colder regions. The redness of the venous blood means less oxidation of the food consumed and hence less heat produced. The person living in the tropics does not need this heat and hence will not oxidize as much food material. A general balance must be struck in the organism between recipients and expenditure, or between work done and wear and tear, where wear and tear consists in the amount of matter consumed and work done in the evolution of heat. Since the chemical effect of combustible matter must be the same, whether performed within a living organism or outside of it, it follows that the heat produced mechanically by the organism must bear an invariable quantitative relation to the work expended in producing it, and this is a postulate of the physiology theory of combustion. In a paper published in 1849, Joule came against Mayer's claim that he had discovered the equivalence between heat and kinetic energy. Joule justified his right to the paternity of the idea by saying in 1841 he had already discovered that the heat produced by a galvanic pile was proportional to power for a given amount of zinc consumed. Not only that, he had also reported that the amount of heat produced by the combustion of the equivalent of a body was proportional to the intensity of its affinity for oxygen, and that heat released by electromagnetic devices was governed by the same laws that regulate the heat produced in voltaic pile. The overall results of his different experiments proved that the amount of caloric capable of heating 1 gram of water by 1 degree Celsius is equal and can be converted into mechanical force capable of elevating 459 grams to the height of 1 meter. Joule also indicated that in 1844 he had published his results indicating that the heat developed during the compression of gas was equivalent to the compression work employed, and that the free expansion of gas did not change its temperature. The communication was closed with the statement, "After these facts, everyone will appreciate the sagacity of Mr. Mayer to predict the numerical relations to be established between heat and force, but it cannot be refuted. I believe that I've been the first to prove the existence of the mechanical equivalent of heat and its fixed numerical value by indisputable experiences." So James Prescott Joule. Mayer's philosophical discovery was confirmed and completed by the experimental investigations made independently at the same time by Joule, an extremely capable experimentalist. He devised many different methods and built appropriate equipment by means of which the mechanical equivalent of heat or the thermal equivalent of work could be determined with increasing precision. His first paper on the subject was read at the 13th annual meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, held on August 21st, 1843, at Cork, Ireland, and printed in the Philosophical Magazine. In this memoir, Joule described his experiments on the caloric effect of magnetoelectricity and the calculation of the mechanical value of heat. The experimental results led him to state that the heat evolved by a bar of iron revolving between the poles of a magnet was proportional to the square of the inductive force, that the heat evolved by the coil of the magnetoelectrical machine was proportional to the square of the current, that the heat evolved by the coil of the magnetoelectric engine was governed by the same laws as those which regulate the heat evolved by the voltaic apparatus, and also exist in the same quantity under comparable circumstances, that the heat evolved by a revolving bar of iron was proportional to the square of the magnetic influence to which it was exposed, and the magnetoelectricity was an agent capable of destroying or generating heat. His final conclusion was that the quantity of heat capable of increasing the temperature of a pound of water by 1 degree Fahrenheit scale is equal to and may be converted into mechanical force capable of raising 838 pounds to the perpendicular height of 1 foot. He admitted that there was considerable difference between some of his results, but believed that they were not greater than may be referred with propriety to mere errors of experiment. He then stated when he believed were the practical conclusions which may be drawn from the convertibility of heat and mechanical power into one another. The combustion of a pound of Welsh coal gives 183 degrees to a cubic foot of water, or otherwise 11.473 degrees to a pound of water. Therefore, the heat evolved from the combustion of a pound of coal is equivalent to the mechanical force of raising 9,584,206 pounds to the height of 1 foot, or about 10 times the duty of the best Cornish engineers. On April 28, 1847, Joule gave his first and only full and clear exposition on the universality of what we now call the principle of conservation of energy in a popular lecture at St. Anne's Church Reading Room in Manchester. As stated by Watson, in order to appreciate it properly, it is necessary to remember that the terms potential energy and kinetic energy are, as used today, had not yet come into existence. The term potential energy was first introduced by Rankine in a paper read before the Philosophical Society of Glasgow in 1853, and the term kinetic energy was introduced by William Thomson Lord Kelvin in 1879. In the opening statements of his lecture on matter, living force, and heat, Joule repeated the accepted philosophical and scientific ideas about the properties of matter: impenetrability, extension, weight, attraction and repulsion, and inertia. Inertia, he explained, was the ability of anything to change its own state. A body at rest cannot be set in motion without the application of a force, and that once it was moving, it will not stop of itself. The force expended in setting a body in motion is carried by the body itself, and exist with it and in it throughout the whole course of its motion. This force possessed by moving bodies is termed by mechanical philosophers vis viva or living force. The living force of bodies is regulated by their weight and the velocity of their motion. You will be surprised to hear that until very recently, the universal opinion has been that living force could be absolutely or irrevocably destroyed at anyone's option. Thus, when a weight falls to the ground, it has been generally supposed that a living force is absolutely annihilated, and that the labor which may have been expanded in raising it has been entirely thrown away and wasted without the production of any permanent effect whatever. We might reason a priori that such absolute destruction of living force cannot possibly take place because it is manifestly absurd to suppose that the powers with which God has endowed matter can be destroyed any more than they can be created by man's agency. We have reason to believe that the manifestations of living force on our globe are at the present time as extensive as those that have existed at any time since its creation. What then may we inquire is the cause of the apparent anomaly? How comes it to pass that though in almost all natural phenomena we witness the arrest of motion and the apparent destruction of living forces, we find no waste or loss of living forces actually occurred? Experiment has enabled us to answer these questions in a satisfactory manner, for it has shown that wherever living force is apparently destroyed, an equivalent is produced, which is a process of time can be reconverted into living force. This equivalent is heat. Experiment has shown that whenever living force is apparently destroyed, whether by percussion, friction, or any similar means, an exact equivalent of heat is restored. The converse of this proposition is also true, namely that heat cannot be lessened or absorbed without the production of a living force or that its equivalent attraction through space. The most convincing proof of this conversion of heat into living force has been derived from my experiments with the electromagnetic engine. I proved by actual experiment that in exact proportion to the force with which the machine works, heat is abstracted from the electrical battery. All three, therefore, namely heat, living force, and attraction through space, are mutually convertible into one another. In these conversations, nothing is ever lost. We can therefore express the equivalence as follows. So I'll skip the parts and the units in the experiment. The Earth in its rapid motion around the sun possessed a degree of living force so vast that if it turned into the equivalent of heat, the temperature would be rendered at least 1,000 times greater than that of a red-hot iron, and the globe would in all probability be rendered equal in brightness to the sun itself. And it cannot be doubted that in the course of the Earth were changed so that it might fall into the sun, that body so far from being cooled down by the contact of comparative cold body would actually blaze more brightly than before in consequence of the living force with which the Earth struck the sun being converted into its equivalent of heat. Here we can see that the existence depends on the maintenance of the living force of the Earth. When we consider our own animal frames, we observe in the motion of our limbs a continual conversion of heat into living force, which may be either converted back again into heat or employed in producing an attraction through space, as when man ascends a mountain. Indeed, the phenomenon of nature, whether mechanical, chemical, or vital, consists almost entirely in continual conversion of attraction through space, living force, and heat into one another. Thus, it is in that order is maintained in the universe. Nothing is deranged and nothing ever lost, but the entire machinery, complicated as it is, works smoothly and harmoniously. In another paper published in 1847, Joule described the experiments he had done well during the last 40 years to confirm the fact that heat was equivalent to mechanical work, and stated that most interesting of those were the ones that related to the friction of liquid. He indicated that the agitation of water by a paddle caused an increase in its temperature, and that the introduction of mechanical equivalent of elevation of 428.8 grams to a height of 1 meter was equivalent to the raising the temperature of 1 gram of water by 1 degree. Notwithstanding the agitation, heated liquids in different degrees because their difference in specific heat, the equivalence between mechanical energy and heat remained the same. In this particular paper, Joule reported the results of experiments on the thermal effects observed during agitation of mercury, initially at room temperature. The experimental system consisted of vessels containing the liquid in a paddle, which could be rotated by the movement communicated by a mechanism activated by the falling of a weight. The weight and height of the fall were used to determine the amount of mechanical energy communicated to the liquid. After taking into account the frictional losses, the net heat absorbed by the mercury resulted in temperature increase, which were again equivalent to raising the temperature of 1 gram by 1 degree by a mechanical force capable of raising a weight of 432.1 grams by 1 meter. Hermann von Helmholtz. As described by Khaw, Helmholtz approached the problem of conservation of energy with the mentality and technique of a physicist, trying constantly to analyze them in terms of the principles of physics. In his most famous lecture on the subject, given to the Physical Society of Berlin in 1847, Helmholtz stated that the problem of the physical science is to trace natural phenomenon back to the inalterable forces in attraction and repulsion, and the intensity of the forces depending upon distance. We shall begin with the assumption that it is impossible by any combination whatsoever of natural bodies to create force continuously out of nothing. The purpose of the present memoir is to extend the same principle in the same manner to all branches of physics. The main body of the lecture is then divided into 5 sections, which will be summarized in what follows. The first section opens with the assumption that it is impossible by any combination of bodies to create force continuously out of nothing. That is the negation of the perpetual motion. According to Helmholtz, the principle may be presented as follows. Let us imagine that systems of bodies which stand in a certain special relation to one another are acted upon by the forces mutually exerted among them so that they are moved until other positions are reached. We can regard the velocities acquired in this way as a special quantity of mechanical work and can translate them into it. If we wish the same forces to act a second time so as to produce the same quantity of work again, we must somehow, by means of other forces placed at our disposal, bring the bodies back to their original positions. In doing this, however, a certain quantity of work of these other forces will be consumed. Our principle requires, in this case, that the quantity of work gained by the passage of the system from its first position to the second and the quantity lost by the passage of the system from the second back to the first always be equal, no matter what the form of the movement, the path, or the velocity of which the change is affected. If we inquire into the mathematical expression of this principle, we shall find it to be the well-known law of the conservation of vis viva, half the product of mv squared. I propose to call mv squared divided by 2 also the quantity of work. After stating that the principle of the conservation of vis viva is not valid for all possible kinds of forces, that is, mechanics is generally related to the principle of virtual velocities, Helmholtz goes on to show mathematically that the principle is valid only where the forces in action can be resolved into the forces of material points acting in the direction of the lines which unite them. The intensity of the forces depending only upon the distances between the point. The second section deals with the principle of conservation of forces in cases which the central forces are acting. First, Helmholtz derives an expression for the virus vivae possessed by one particular mass m at 2 different distances, assuming that the intensity of the force which acts in the direction is positive for attraction and negative for repulsion. Helmholtz concludes the section as follows. Whenever natural bodies act upon each other by the forces of attraction and repulsion, which are independent of time and velocity, the sum of their vis vivae and tension must be constant. The maximum quantity of work which can be obtained from them is therefore fixed and finite. If, on the contrary, bodies possess forces which depend on time and velocity, or which act in other directions than the lines which unite each 2 separate material points, for example, forces of rotation, then combination of such bodies would be possible, in which force might be either lost or gained ad infinitum. The third section deals with the application of the principle to the theorems of mechanics, where Helmholtz discusses movements under the influence of gravity, the motion of perfectly elastic solids and fluids, elastic waves, and light phenomena such as reflection, polarization, and absorption. In the fourth section, Helmholtz deals with the force equivalence of heat, listing the processes in which absolute loss of force has been taken for granted, collision of inelastic bodies and friction, and then problems of heat radiation are examined. Analysis of the available information permits concluding that the quantity of heat can be increased absolutely by mechanical forces, and that thermal phenomenon cannot be explained by the simple hypothesis of a substance whose mere presence produces the phenomenon. There is no need to change the movements either of a special substance or the ponderable or imponderable bodies, such as elasticity or ether. The fifth section deals with the force equivalent of electrical processes and the manner in which electrical tensions are converted into mechanical action. More examples are provided to show the application of the principle. The sixth section discusses the force equivalence of magnetism and electromagnetics, as Helmholtz claims that the attractive force is exerted by one magnet or other magnets or soft iron is able to generate kinetic energy. This section is of specific interest because it also discusses the case of organic forces of known natural processes. Those of organic existence are still to be considered. In plants, the processes are chiefly chemical, and besides these, their slight development of heat takes place. The vast quantity of chemical tensions is here stored up, the equivalent of which we again obtain as heat by the combustion of plants. The only vis viva which we know to be absorbed in the accomplishment of this is that the chemical solar rays animals take up oxygen and give back the same as carbonic acid or water. They consume chemical tensions and generate in their place heat and mechanical force. But what has been laid in the foregoing pages, I believe I prove that the law in question does not contradict any known fact in natural science, but in great number of cases is corroborated in a striking manner. The last two sections are devoted to the force equivalent of electrical processes and magnetism and electromagnetism. In the first of these, Helmholtz distinguishes between static electricity and metals that follow the law of the galvanic tension series, and those that do not follow this law. His conclusion is that the increase in vis viva due to any motion whatsoever is equal to the excess of potential at the end of the root over its value at the beginning. The heat developed in any circuit whatsoever where the conduction is affected through any number of branches. In the analysis of magnetic problems, Helmholtz adopts the two fluids theory, which attract or repel in the inverse ratio of the square of the distance. It follows, without going further than the deduction made at the beginning of this memoir, that the principle of conservation of force must hold for the movements of magnetic bodies relative to another. Helmholtz's memoir ends with a few remarks regarding organic beings. In plants, the processes are mainly chemical, although in some a slight development of heat occurs. The only vis viva which we know to be absorbed during the growth of plants is that of chemical rays of sunlight. We are at a total loss, however, for means of comparing the force equivalents which are thereby lost or gained in animals. The question of conservation of forces reduces the question whether the combustion and transformation of substances which serve as food generate a quantity of heat equal to that given out by animals. According to the experiments of Dulong and Despretz, this question can at least approximately be answered in the affirmative. Interesting enough, Pottergriff rejected the publication of this lecture, and Helmholtz was forced to publish it privately. Helmholtz addressed the question of application of the law of conservation of force in an address given to the Royal Society in 1861. At last, the general laws of conservation of force were discovered. This law shows no machine can be constructed to give perpetual motion. We must consider the living bodies under the same point of view. Now, if you compare the living body with the steam engine, then you have the complete analogy. The living animals take in food that consist of inflammable materials and oxygen by respiration. Therefore, you have the substance in the steam engine. The living bodies give out carbonic acid and water. They give up the nitrogen in the form of urea. Now, take an animal one day on any day afterwards. During the time the animal has taken in food and oxygen, has given out carbonic acid, water, and urea. The amount of urea may be changed without any great development of heat into nitrogen, water, and carbonic acid. The conservation of force for chemical processes require a fixed amount of mechanical work or its equivalent to be given out during the process, and the amount is exactly the same in whatever the process may go out. Therefore, we must conclude that the animal, as much work must be done as by the chemical process of burning. The mechanical work which is spent by an animal to the external world consists in heat and real mechanical work. Now we may ask what follows from this fact that as regards to the nature of forces which act in the living body, the majority of the physiologists were of the opinion that the process of living bodies were determined by one principal agent, which they chose to call the vital principle. The physical forces in the living body could be suspended and set free again at any moment by the influence of the vital principle, and that this means the agent could produce changes in the interior of the body so that the health of the body could thereby be preserved or restored. Now, the conservation of force can exist only in those systems in which the force of actions has have always the same intensity and direction if the circumstances under which they act are the same. If were possible to deprive any body of its gravity and afterwards restore its gravity, then indeed we would have perpetual motion. Let the weight come down, and as long as it is heavy, let it rise. If its gravity is lost, then you have produced mechanical work from nothing. Therefore, the opinion that the chemical or mechanical power of the elements can be suspended or changed or removed from the interior of the living body must be given up, or there is complete conservation of force. Closing remarks. The law of conservation of energy was heralded by Faraday as the most important discovery of the century, as the highest in physical sciences, which our faculties permit us to perceive. Yeomans went further in this phrase. This law has a far more extended sway. It might well be proclaimed the highest law of all sciences, the most far-reaching principle that adventuring reason has discovered in the universe. Its stupendous reach spans all orders of existence. Not only does it govern the movements of the heavenly bodies, but it presides over the genesis of the constellations. Not only does it control the radiant floods of power which fill the eternal spaces, bathing, warming, illuminating, and vivifying our planet, but it rules the actions and relations of men and regulates the march of terrestrial affairs. Nor is dominion limited to physical phenomenon. It prevails equally over the world of mind, controlling all the faculties and processes of thought and feelings. The stars, suns, and the remote galaxies dart their radiations across the universe, and although the distances are so profound that hundreds of centuries may have been required to traverse them, the impulses of force enter the eye and, impressing an atomic change upon the nerve, give origin to the sense of sight. Star and nerve tissue are parts of the same system. Stellar and nervous force is correlated. Justin van Liebig commented as follows: for if it two machines possess the same power, it is found that the greater quantity of work will be executed by the one which has to overcome the smaller amount of friction. In mechanics, friction is always regarded as acting in direct opposition to the motion in every machine. It was believed that the working power of a machine could be absolutely annihilated by it as the proximate cause of the cessation of motion. Friction was a palpable fact and could as such be taken into account, but the fatal error was committed in giving a theoretical view of its mode of action. For if power could be annihilated, in other words, have nothing as its effect, then there would be no contradiction involved in the belief that out of nothing also power could be created. To this erroneous belief, we may partly trace the belief held for centuries by most able men in the possibility of discovering a machine which would renew it within itself its own power as it was expanded, and thus ever continue in motion without the necessary of any external motive force. The discovery of such perpetual motion was indeed worthy of every effort. It would be as valuable as a bird that lays the golden eggs, for by its mean labor would be performed and made in abundance without any expenditure. Experience gives the answer by showing that whatever motion is arrested by friction, a blow, or concussion, heat is the result. The motion is the cause of heat. Liebig went on to illustrate the conversion of mechanical power, electricity, magnetic power, and the chemical forces into heat. Nowadays, we take the law of conservation of energy as obvious and granted. It is very fit to quote Mach on the point: we are accustomed to call the concepts of metaphysical if we have forgotten how we reach them. Quite analogous, the discovery lie in the wait for us when we go to school and take more advanced studies, when positions which have also often cost thousands of years, labor of thought, are represented to us as self-evident. Okay, so appreciate some of the people sticking with me. So hopefully people found that interesting. At least for myself, I thought it was very important to fully go over the origins of the conservation of energy, a topic that I'm going to come back to, especially as I move into my debate on evolution and biology in general, that the main scientific element of biology is the conservation of energy and the heat, chemical equivalents, and metabolic processes that are defined as catabolic or anabolic based on energy being required or produced and subject to the conservation. And so one last thing I want to note, I'll try to just read a little bit of this, is teleological notions in biology. And as I mentioned, the problem of biology is biological organs and systems clearly have a purpose, but what is the origin of that purpose? How does that purpose arise? Could you argue that it emerges from the structure in a purely materialistic sense, in a monistic or dualistic sense, that the purpose behind the organ arises from something other than the organ itself, at least the material aspect of the organ? So let's look quickly at the teleological notions of biology. The manifest appearance of functions and purpose in living systems is responsible for the prevalence of apparently teleological explanations of organismic structure and behavior in biology. Although the attribution of function and purpose to living systems is an ancient practice, teleological notions are largely considered ineliminable from modern biological sciences such as evolutionary biology, genetics, medicine, etiology, and psychology, because they play an important explanatory role. Historical and recent examples of teleology are abundant. The ubiquitous claims, how should apparently teleological notions of biology be understood? Most post-Darwinian approaches attempt to naturalize theology and biology in opposition to 19th century viewpoints which grounded it theologically. Nevertheless, biologists and philosophers have continued to question the legitimacy of theological notions in biology. For example, Ernst Mayr identified 4 reasons why theological notions remain controversial in biology. Vitalism, positing some special life force, requiring backward causation because goal-directed explanations seem to use future outcomes to explain present traits, incompatible with mechanistic explanations, and mentalistic, attributing the action of mind where there is none. The 5th complaint is that they're not empirically testable. The current philosophical literature offers both Darwinian and non-Darwinian accounts of theology and biology that aim to avoid these concerns. So, framing the debate, discussion about biological theology has ancient origins. It is particularly prominent in Plato's depiction of the divine craftsman or demiurge, in the Timaeus and Aristotle's discussion of final causes in physics. However, Plato and Aristotle's understanding of theology, as well as their arguments for theology in the natural world, are distinct. Whereas Plato's theology is anthropocentric and creationist, Aristotle's is naturalistic and functional. On the Platonic view, the demiurge is the source of all motion in both the heavens and on earth, and the universe and all living beings within it are artifacts modeled on the forms. The goal towards which all things, including living beings, are directed is the external and eternal good of the forms. In contrast, on the Aristotelian view, the theology that directs the behavior of living beings is immanent. For instance, in organismal development, the impetus for the goal-directed process is the principle of change within the organism, and the telos or goal of the development is also an inherent property. Although often conflated, the views of Plato and Aristotle in theology have been influential on historic debates on biology, theology, biological theology, and one can still find Platonic and Aristotelian ideas in the current debate on biological functions. In addition to the role within the ancient philosophy and cosmology, theology has long been an important topic within physiology and medicine. Galen's On the Use of Parts is an early example of the theological reasoning applied to physiology. In this text, Galen presents a functional analysis of the various parts of the living organism, in which existence, structure, and attributes are all parts must be explained by reference to their functions and promoting the activities of the whole organism. For Galen, a theological account of its part is superior to a purely causal mechanistic one, since the function or purpose of the parts play an enableable role in the explanation of the parts and its activities. The Galenic view of anatomy, with its explicit Aristotelian reliance on final causes, largely dominated medical thought until the 17th century. William Harvey's On the Motion of the Heart and Blood was seen by many of his contemporaries, like Hobbes and Descartes, as the turning point away from the Galenic or Aristotelian approach to anatomy, with their appeal to final causes towards the new mechanistics and experimental science of the 17th century. His attempt to empirically establish the structure and motion of the heart without ever claiming to have identified the final cause of circulation, as well as his use of the mechanical analogies, such as the analogy from the expansion of the arteries to the inflation of the glove, provide some support for this assessment. Robert Boyle, however, offered a different interpretation of Harvey's work. Boyle saw it as amenable to compatibilist approach that attempted to show that mechanical and teleological explanations of biological phenomenon are compatible. Recent commentators have suggested Harvey was strongly influenced by Aristotelian theological thinking and thus is a liminal figure in the transition from vitalist to purely mechanistic explanation in physiology and medicine. Although Lennox notes that Harvey appears to be pressing the analogy between art and nature in a way that are not Aristotelian but more Platonic in spirit. Immanuel Kant's analysis of theology and the critique of judgment also played an influential role in biology. According to Kant, humans inevitably understand living things as if they are teleological systems. However, in Kant's view, the teleology we see in the natural world is only apparent. It is the product of our limited cognitive faculties. But in addition, according to Kant, there is a certain non-machine-like character of organisms, evidently in their ability to grow and reproduce. This leads to a type of mechanical inexplicability. Ginsburg argues that for Kant, this impossibility of explaining organisms in solely mechanistic terms does not itself distinguish them from complex artifacts, but argues Kant thought that the regenerative and reproductive aspects of organisms lead us to attribute a kind of natural purposefulness that is absent in artifacts, paralleling Aristotle's justification from natural immanent theology. Kantian analysis of this sort shows up in the early 19th century research in what would come to be called organic chemistry. Scientists at the time sought to determine whether living systems were nothing more complex chemical systems, fully analyzable in terms of physical and chemical processes. These researchers adopted a Kantian approach, advocating a teleomechanistic strategy to make sense of the goal-directed nature of living systems, which sought to treat the organism as both a means and an end, and thus incorporate elements of both theology and mechanistic explanation. In the 18th and 19th century, the status of theology and biology was also contested as part of the vitalist mechanistic debate in physiology and medicine, whereas mechanists sought to describe all living things in purely mechanical terms. Vitalists argued that physical properties alone could not explain the goal-directed organization of living things. They claimed that vital forces were also necessary to explain the differences between physical and living systems. Although they fell out of favor, some vitalist accounts persisted through the 20th century. For instance, in philosopher Henry Bergson's Elan Vital, and in biologist Kuhn philosopher Hans Driesch's concept of entelechy. Much debate about the role of theology and biology in the 20th century, especially amongst the architect of the modern synthesis, traces back to Charles Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection. Biologist and philosopher Michael Giselin expressed a common interpretation of Darwin's role in this debate, claiming in his preface to Darwin's work on orchids that Darwin's theory succeeded in getting rid of theology and replacing it with a new way of thinking about adaptation. On this view, the theory of natural selection explains how species have been modified so as to acquire the perfection of structure and coadaptation without any appeal to a benevolent creator. Prior to Darwin, the best explanation for biological adaptation was the argument from design, most influentially presented in William Paley's Natural Theology. Living things have the structure and behaviors they do because they were designed for certain purposes by a benevolent creator. Darwin's theory provided biology with the resources to resist this argument, offering a fully naturalized explanation for adaptation. Although most agree that Darwin's theory does indeed purge evolutionary biology of any illicit appeal to external Platonic theology, there's disagreement as to whether or not Darwin's evolutionary explanations are teleological. Even Darwin's contemporaries disagreed as to whether or not the theory of natural selection purged theological explanations from biology or revived them. In any case, it is clear that Darwin used the language of final causes to describe the functions of biological parts in his species notebooks and throughout his life, and he also reflected frequently about the relationship between natural selection and theology. Explanatory naturalism. Philosophical naturalism denotes the broad range of attitudes towards ontological questions. We use teleonaturalism to denote a similarly broad range of naturalistic accounts of theology and biology that are united in rejecting any dependence on mental or intentional notion and explicating the use of theological terms in biological contexts. Thus, those who reject Mentalism typically seek truth conditions for theological claims in biology that are grounded in non-mental facts about organisms and their traits. Some telenaturalists analyze teleological language as primarily descriptive rather than explanatory, maintaining that theology and biology is appropriate for biological systems which show purposeful, goal-directed patterns of behavior. For such views, the primary scientific challenge is to explain teleonomy, not to use teleonomy as explanums. While cybernetics lost its appeal in the latter part of the 20th century, more recent approaches to living systems that treat them as self-organizing or autopoietic bear certain affinities to the descriptive attitude towards telenaturalism, although most proponents claim that the concepts developed within these approaches are explanatory. Hence, most telenaturalists favor accounts of biological function, which makes the explanatory role of this notion desideratum. Naturalistic accounts typically aim to satisfy two additional desiderata. They should distinguish genuine biology functions from accidental utility, and they should capture the normative dimensions of function in order to preserve a functional malfunction distinction. Although these three desiderata are neither universally accepted nor are they adequacy conditions in the strict sense, they have nevertheless achieved canonical status within the contemporary debate over biological function. In the subsequent sections, we divide various ways in which different telenaturalist accounts of function can be distinguished. Our first distinction is between views which assimilate functional explanations of biology to patterns of explanation of the non-biological sciences, and views treat functional explanation as distinctively biological. Assimilation to non-biological explanations. Ernst Nagel and Karl Hempel provided early attempts by philosophers of science to directly assimilate functional explanations of biology to more general patterns of explanation. In particular, they both considered functional explanation within the framework of the deductive nomological account of scientific explanation. They considered the functional claims to be related to explanations of the presence of a trait in an organism. Larry Wright also offers explanatory account targeted on the presence of a trait, but he criticizes the prior account for failing to capture the apparent goal-directedness of functional traits. His so-called teleological analysis holds that the function of x is z means that x is there because it does z, and z is a consequence of x's being there because the integrated breadth of Wright's analysis. It has been attacked on conceptual grounds, but the general thrust of the teleological account survives in accounts of function based on natural selection. Cummings criticized both Hempel and Nagel on the grounds that the proper target of explanation of biology function claims is not the presence of a trait, but the capacities of biological organs and organisms. Sophisticated capacities can be analyzed in terms of the contributions of their components make to these capacities. For example, the heart of a bilaterium animal pumps blood, which is the way it contributes to the capacity of the organism to deliver oxygen and nutrients to its tissues. The heart itself can be further decomposed into parts, which each play a functional role in contribution to that organ's capacity to pump blood. Among philosophers, this approach of functional analysis is most associated with Cummings, although biologists have advanced similar ideas sometimes independently, and indeed this approach can be traced much further back. As the quotation from William Harvey in the introduction suggests, Cummings' idea about the functional analysis has been incorporated into recent discussions on mechanisms in the biological sciences. According to Cummings, although biological systems certainly have capacities that are uniquely biological, there is nothing specifically biological about the pattern of explanation offered by functional analysis. It applies equally well, for example, to the contributions made by the components of artifacts. For example, the contributions of the engine's pistons to the capacity of the automobile to transport people. Because of the generality of the framework, it's also possible to give a functional analysis of how some part of the biological system contributes to outcomes usually treated as negative, such as disease or death. Some commenters regard this as a virtue of the approach, while others regard it as too detached for standard biological practice. Relatedly, the function analysis approach fails to live up to the commonly held desideratum that the adequate account should provide an analysis of malfunction, a desideratum that Cummings explicitly rejects. A heart with a hole in the septum may not circulate blood at a level sufficient to sustain life, but thereby simply lacks that function. Natural selection accounts. Many philosophers of biology believe that the functional explanation is uniquely appropriate to biology, turning to Darwin's theory of descent with modifications to ground the practice of attributing functions like Wright, Hempel, and Nagel. Natural selection, teleonaturalists, take the primary target of explanation to the present of various traits in an organism. Here we distinguish two ways in which using natural selection to ground biological theology. Indirect approaches treat the adaptive, self-organizing nature of living cells and organisms as the natural basis for teleological properties of their traits, but give background credit to the power of natural selection to produce the self-organizational complexity as it is found in living systems. Direct approaches invoke natural selection explicitly when explicating functional claims, either as an etiological sense based on the history of selection or in the dispositional sense based on the fitness of organisms possessing the traits. Indirect. The primary motivation for the earliest indirect cybernetic accounts of biological theology were to explain the apparent purposefulness of biological organisms, for instance, the maintenance of constant body temperature in endotherms. These accounts aim to provide a naturalized explanation for the goal-directed behavior of biological systems through reference to their organization. In an influential early paper, Norbert Wiener and colleagues sought to explain the goal-directed behavior of biological organisms and machines as arising from their utilization or negative feedback mechanisms. Attributions of teleological goal-directed behavior to animals or machines, they argue, meant nothing more than the purpose controlled by feedback. This cybernetic account of theology inspired biologist Pittendrigg to introduce the term teleonomy into the literature. With this neologism, Pittendrigg hoped to purge biology of any vestiges of Aristotelian final causes, whilst providing biology with an acceptable term to describe adapted goal-directed systems. This term was taken up in the 1960s by evolutionary biologists such as Ernst Mayr and George Williams, as well as scientists studying cell metabolism and regulation, who were just beginning to elucidate the structure and molecular basis for cellular feedback mechanisms. According to proponents, adopting a cybernetic account of goal-directed behavior in biological systems splits the explanatory problem into two. On the one hand, teleological activity in the biological world could be explained by the presence of teleonomic systems with negative feedback mechanisms, whereas the very presence of those teleonomic systems in living organisms, on the other hand, could be explained by the action of natural selection. Although explicit cybernetic accounts of biological teleology have fallen out of favor, other organizational approaches to biological function have had recent resurgence in the function literature. These organizational or systems theoretical approaches often build upon early cybernetic accounts or aim to extend Matteo and Valera's influential notion of autopoiesis, which refers to self-organizing, self-maintaining characteristics of living systems. These accounts identify the function of a biological trait through an analysis of the role the trait plays within an organized system in contributing to both its own persistence and the persistence of the system as a whole. Although they differ in their details, organizational approaches to biological function generally agree that a token trait T has a function F when the performance of F by T contributes to the maintenance of the complex organization of the system, which in turn results in T's continued existence. For example, the heart is the function to pump blood, according to these accounts, because it contributes to the maintenance of the entire organism by causing the blood to circulate, which facilitates the circulation of oxygen and nutrients. At the same time, the circulation is also responsible in part for the persistence of the heart itself, since the heart also benefits directly from this function. Similar to direct natural selection accounts, organizational accounts can be forwarded or backward looking. The function of a trait may identify its dispositional contribution to the complex organization of the system, which results in its own persistence or reproduction in the future, or a functional attribution may identify a trait's path contribution. Marino's group adopts the third position. They claim their organizational account of function unifies these two perspectives. All these organizational accounts differ from direct natural selection accounts, however, in that they make no appeal to the selection history of the trait. Instead, the function of the trait can be inferred from the present or past role of the trait in maintaining itself within the complex organized system without further holding that the trait was selected for that role. In this view, functional attributions in biology are explanatory not because of selection, but rather because of the causal role traits play in contributing to the maintenance of the organization of the system, which in turn enables the traits themselves to persist. Hey, Amy, yeah, thanks for still being there. Amy, appreciate it. Direct natural selection approaches. Accounts of biological functions which refer to natural selection typically have the form that a trait's function causally explain the existence or maintenance that of that trait in a given population via the mechanism of natural selection. William Wimsatt, Millikan, and Neander all treat the past history of natural selection as the selection process that legitimizes the notion of biological function. Within such approaches, there is a dispute about the exact role of natural selection, whether as a source of variation or as a filter or on variations that arise independently. Positions which ground functional claims in natural selection have much in common with Reid's ideological account. However, because the grounding is specific to biology, they may avoid the kinds of counterexample to Reid's account introduced by critics such as Boris, predicated on the idea that Reid's account is intended to provide a more general conceptual analysis. A related challenge stemmed from the claim that pre-Darwinian thinkers such as Harvey correctly identified functional properties of biological organs, and that natural selection cannot therefore be a requirement for the proper conceptual analysis of function. Defenders of direct natural selection accounts of function have responded in different ways. Uh, One way exemplified by Millikan is to argue that conceptual analysis has no role to play in articulating what is essentially a theoretical term within modern evolutionary biology. Another way exemplified by Neander is to say that the task of conceptual analysis is appropriate but restricted to the concepts of relevant scientific community. Paul Davies and Arno Waters argue that both Millikan and Neander are incorrect to treat male function as an important theoretical or conceptual aspect of the practice attributing functions by biologists. Waters declares the wish that the study of biological function should be liberated from the yoke of the philosophy of mind. However, Sullivan Bissett argues that while the task of explicating biological practice from the philosophers of biology is usefully distinguished from the broader goals of philosophers pursuing naturalistic accounts of mind and language, the latter serves as a legitimate goal. She regards an account of malfunction to be integral to the latter project, even if not to the former. Davies argues that the natural selection accounts are unable to provide an account of malfunction insofar as they individuate traits functionally, entailing that a putatively malfunctioning trait is not an instance of the functionally defined kind. Sullivan Bissett addresses Davies' objection by incorporating a structural condition on the individuation of traits. Returning to the kinds of traits studied by biologists, some theorists make a distinction between the initial spread of the new phenotypic trait in a population and the more recent maintenance of traits in population. Take a trait such as feathers arising in a population by whatever means. Initially, this trait may have spread because of its role in mating displays. Later, feathers may have contributed to improved thermoregulation, and still later the trait may have become more widely distributed because feathers make good flight control surfaces. If displays of thermoregulatory function of feathers become less important in some niches, the trait may nonetheless be maintained in a population due to the selection for its flight control function. The shifting functional profile may also be correlated with differentiating form, such as between downy feathers and flight feathers. Some biologists use the term pre-adaptation to capture the idea that a trait selected for one function may turn out to be very useful for something else. However, Gould and Verba introduced the term acceptation to capture such transitions and avoid what they saw as overly teleological implications of pre-adaptation, as well as to recognize that non-selected traits of organisms could also be co-opted to serve a function increasing fitness without having any further modification by natural selections. Critics to the ideological natural selection approaches sometimes argue that backward-looking approaches are too vague with respect to the questions about the point at which traits lose or acquire function, and that they are consequently untestably empirically independently proposed a modern history theory of functions to address these problems. Godfrey Smith independently proposed a modern history theory of functions to address these problems. Similarly, Griffiths invokes the notion that the last evolutionary significant time period to handle these issues, but many critics remain unconvinced. Another issue confronting the direct naturalistic selection accounts is the evident utility of attributing function to novel traits of organisms developed within a single lifetime, such as the capacity of brains to acquire new concepts of kind of things not previously experienced in the evolutionary lineage, or the immune system develop antibodies to new infectious agents. Previously, Millikan has suggested a notion of derived proper function to capture this kind of example. More recently, Bouchard and Garson have developed more detailed accounts of derived function, respectively using differential persistence and differential retention within an organism's lifespan to play the role that differential reproduction plays in direct natural selection accounts. Some biologists and philosophers of biology have been motivated by problems with the backward-looking etiological approach or by seeing examples from biology that seek to identify the present function of a trait. To deal with these issues, they proposed a dispositional forward-looking approach that analyzes function in terms of those effects it is disposed to produce that tend to contribute to the present or future maintenance of the trait in a population of organisms. Various ways of spelling this out include Hind's account of strong function, Bohr's biostatistical theory, Bigelow's and Pargetter's propensity theory, and Walsh relation theory. Unification and pluralism. Some theorists have argued for a pluralistic idea that biology may incorporate at least two notions of function, one to explain the presence of traits and the other to explain how those traits contribute to the complex capacities of organisms. Ron Amundsen and George Lauder argue that paleontology is part of biology, which cannot make use of etiological accounts because the selection regime for extinct organisms is generally inaccessible, and it must therefore depend on common-style functional analysis of fossilized remains. However, defenders of pluralism may respond that even if it is correct to say that not all parts of biology can use both notions of function, this is consistent with both accounts having a role within biology. Some theorists have argued that these two apparently distinct notions of function can be unified by regarding the targets of explanation as the biological fitness of a whole organism. Monero and colleagues have also claimed that the organizational approach unifies across backward-looking and forward-looking accounts by describing activities that atemporally account for continuing persistence of traits. The viability of this account as one of the distinct from etiological accounts has been challenged by Mark Artiga and Manolo Martinez, who argue the necessity of multi-generational characterizations of organizational closure needed to accommodate biological functions for paternal endowments to offspring, whether transmitted via gametes or behavior, entails the standard etiological structure found in Wright's account. Attention to the actual explanatory practices of contemporary biologists is central to those discussions. This focus on scientific practice reflects broader trends within the philosophy of science, expanding beyond the general and abstract questions about scientific epistemology and metaphysics that dominated the 20th century. The diversity of life itself is reflected in the variety of scientific attempts to understand it, and the philosophers of biology pursue further engagement with this variety. Novel perspectives on the role of appropriateness of functional teleological notions seem likely to result. Okay, so I'm glad to read that one out. That was pretty long. Some of the research I wanted to share this week. So, John Vance, good to see you. So, Doooovid back solo. Jennifer had her scheduling difficulties with Sunday, so Doooovid is doing week in review solo. So more back having guests and speaking to people, but continue my research. So just reading some articles related to some of the things I'm researching. So I'm going to take a 1 minute break and get a drink and say a prayer for a minute, and then I want to go over my philosophy of science series that I've been doing. So if anyone wants to hop on and chat, the link is pinned. I'll be back in 1 minute. Okay, so yeah, I do a lot of reading. Read these long articles. In part, like I'm mostly educational content. I'm working on my own ideas, but I like to get things right, and I want to get my facts, my information right. And part of how I do that is just by reading articles. I'm trying to make some PowerPoints. As I get my work more perfected, I'm going to make some PowerPoints and presentations. But a lot of these issues, like the conservation of energy, biological theology, I'm just straight reading articles because I really want to get this stuff right. I want to have it systematized. I try to express it in my own words, and reading these out word for word is good for my memory, as a memory technique. And people listening, if they want to read it on their own or just try to understand these things, you could consider it like a book on tape, and hopefully build a community, of people actually interested in these topics. Science is a big topic, philosophy of science. So I did my series of the philosophy of science starting 3 weeks ago, and it was really, I wanted to get this stuff right. And so I read a lot of articles, and I started, the first one I covered, there's a lot of material, so I just kind of jumped right in, and a lot of it I read. And for these, I outlined. So you can see here, I'm doing more. I have more of these. I'm getting ready on measurement in science, and reductionism in biology, and I'm outlining them now. I'm not sure if I'm going to do one this week, but so I jumped right in, and I started the first one with overview of the philosophy of science, and I just read through most of the Wikipedia. Then I looked at like the historiography of science, how to understand the history of science. I mentioned internalism and externalism. Internal meaning just like the progression of ideas one to the next, building off of each other, and external takes into factors like place and time, and the history, sociological. I've covered the history of the scientific method, and read the full section of Charles Sanders Peirce and Understand the Scientific Method, and some of David Deutsch. Then we looked at Thomas Kuhn's Structure of Scientific Revolution. Very important. One of the I'm probably going to look more into Kuhn and Feyerabend. And the first one I covered, Hobbes' philosophy of science. Hobbes was a contemporary of Newton, and had some level of development of the scientific method, although was rejected membership of the Royal Society, didn't know geometry or math that well, and some of the concept of the scientific process applied to politics and government that now is very popular, like studies and statistical methods. And I looked at theory and observation in science. How do we understand what observation is? So part 2, I covered the scientific revolution. And that one was kind of like general. I looked just at Wikipedia, like the Kuhnian paradigm, but Galileo, Descartes, Newton, the creation of science, a topic you come back to again and again. And then John Locke's philosophy of science. John Locke was friends with Newton, and Newton and Locke influenced each other, and Locke widely held for providing the epistemological foundation of the experimental science, as well as the other stuff he's more well known for. But the empirical method in general. I talked about scientific representation, model theory. What does it mean for a scientific theory to represent? What does it represent, in terms of what does it model, the different understandings of model theory, and as a scientific model. and this topic I'm going to get more into in the second half of the series. Went in depth into the scientific method. And then I looked in depth Kant. Kant's an important name in the modern philosophy of science, and the formulation of the a priori and the metaphysical background. And then I touched upon the philosophy of technology, which is an important subject overlaid. So, by the way, this week I will be going to the Society of Automotive Engineers. Probably on Tuesday, I will stop by. I'll probably live stream from the Society of Automotive Engineers. Maybe again, I'll go on Thursday conference. So, we have an engineering conference this week in Detroit, and over the next month or two, there's quite a bit of engineering conferences. So, look forward to an IRL live stream from an engineering conference, and hopefully, I will be able to apply some of the this work I'm doing on the philosophy of science to better highlight the engineering conferences. So in part 3, I went in depth on Kant and Hume on causality in relation to science and causality, and then the scientific structure of scientific theories, the syntactic, semantic, and pragmatic views. What is a scientific theory? Is scientific theory made up of sentences, or a logical, or just a pragmatic, that a scientific theory can't be reduced to logic, but actually has multiple components, including statements or precursor ideas that are bundled together. And then Neo-Kantianism, and somewhat the basis of modern philosophy of science is the Neo-Kantianism, and you have the Marburg School and the Southwest School, and Kant had already talked, about Hobbes, the application of the scientific method to other fields, but Kant goes more in depth and talks about chemistry, biology, but specifically history, and the role the scientific method play in history and psychology. And then the Vienna Circle, where you have kind of like the rise and fall of schools of philosophy. And the Vienna Circle is the first formal philosophy of science, the Mach chair in Vienna for the philosophy of science. And Schlicht, God forbid, was assassinated for getting rid of metaphysics, where you have this growth like Descartes, where you have the trunk, the roots as metaphysics, and the trunk as mathematics, and the branches, the different fields of science. And Neo-Kantians applying like a Kantian metaphysics to this, like that you could never really know the truth, like I was mentioning, the coherence theory of truth versus the correspondence theory of truth, but this process of ever getting closer and closer to the truth, and calling it a level of truth, even though it's only partial truth. To the Vienna Circle, that science is so advanced, where there's attempt to unifying. And you mentioned earlier, my hopefully I'll write this article on monism, and the Vienna Circles corresponding with monism, the conference of monism, the unification of science, and the attempt to do away with metaphysics and then apply the scientific method to all fields. And so to say, it used to be you needed philosophy to inform science, but there would be a pushback to now we would have science informing philosophy, and even questioning what the value of philosophy in general is, that science had become so advanced, and even thoughts that there might be a unification. And so in the 4th episode, I covered first Hilbert's program axiomization. So Hilbert and Königsberg or also Berlin related to the Vienna Circle in mostly mathematics, a precursor to Einstein, friend with Einstein. But Hilbert had attempt to formulate an axiomatization of multiple things. He wrote a textbook on geometry and wanted to axiomatize arithmetic and mathematics and science, and he formulated 23, 25 problems that, and one of them was the axiomatization of science. And he was a contemporary with Gödel, and then his reaction to Gödel's incompleteness theorem, and the likelihood that there would not be the potential to unify mathematics or science in general. They actually went into theories of the unity of science. What does it mean? The historical origins of conceptual unity of science to the current modern understandings of unity and reductionism, and leading into logical empiricism. And then I actually covered logical empiricism as the inheritor of the Vienna Circle. And so, like, philosophy of science basically comes from the Vienna Circle after World War II. The students of the Vienna Circle come to America and found a handful of departments of the philosophy of science and have what's called logical empiricism, logical positivism, and this kind of like post-metaphysics, and view that science will be able to solve all these various issues, and as opposed, like I said, from the starts of the attack on metaphysics from the Vienna Circle. And so logical empiricism, positivism becomes one of the major schools of the science of philosophy, maybe the concluded the main dominant school till today. And then in the last part I did, the fifth part, I looked at rationalism versus empiricism, some of the philosophical background to how we know knowledge, how do we classify scientific knowledge, in the rationalistic versus the empiricist approach, and usually the British empiricist versus the continental, the German, French rationalists. And then scientific progress, a deep dive into what does it mean, scientific progress? Are we progressing towards a greater understanding of truth? Does science actually progress? And if it does progress, how do we define scientific progress? And then I went through the whole entry on Karl Popper, extremely important figure, the demarcation problem of science from pseudoscience, falsification, some of the origins of peer review, and also Popper and the historical method. Popper was the professor to George Soros and the London School of Economics and the Open Society and other various relations. So full review of Karl Popper, and then scientific realism. Possibly I cover that and physicalism, the two dominant schools within science today. Scientific realism is, so to say, scientific theories are real explanation of material phenomena, like the correspondence theory of truth, where what are scientific theories? Are they models? Are they representations? Or are they real? Are they a real explanation, description of the phenomenon in the real world? So so this was pretty intense, a lot of complicated, but I say scientific realism is one of the dominant schools today. And then also physicalism, in relation to monism, opposition to monism, has become the dominant school of scientific philosophy today, where most people believe that there's only one realm, the physical realm, and that the qualities of mind, theology derived from the physical, looked at the approaches, and they had things like supervenience and multiple realizability, token physicalism, type physicalism, and the nature of this, the various articles and systems. And you see a lot of these names like North and Carnap, and a lot of people from the Vienna Circle through the philosophy of science. And I mentioned at the beginning, I covered university programs. So I mentioned university at the beginning of the fifth lecture, where the philosophy of science is not a major field. Like Vienna Circle, Ernst Mach, and the creation of the chair of the Department of the Philosophy of Science. There's like only 10 universities in the whole country that have a philosophy of science program, not even like department, just like a major. University of Michigan tried to create one and canceled it. Stanford University, Friedman there, that's been where Carnap had been, and there's the history of science. It's an important field. It's an underdeveloped field. So I was just showing, the current state of it. So I'll just show some of the books I'm reading right now. Here, Cognition, Content, and the A priori, more on Kant. Here, The Realistic Empiricism of Mach, Jones, and Russell. So this is some of the research I'm doing on monism. So I'm still doing some research on it. So we'll see if I get the essay done this week. Here, The Mind's New Science, A History of the Cognitive Revolution. I'm also doing a lot of research on the cognitive revolution, and it's another essay I plan on writing, and hopefully I'll eventually get back to my identity and self-formation essay. But I connected that to the cognitive revolution, and I needed to do more research in that. And I'm reading a whole book on the demarcation problem. So I mentioned Popper and the demarcation problem. So in the middle of it. And this book on biology, Monad to Man, the Concept of Progress in Evolutionary Biology. And here, this long book on the history and measurement of the base and derived units, and important for science. I have the whole series, the Handbook of the History of Logic. I'm on volume 3. It's like 11 volumes. I started with the Greek. I've been trying to read like a chapter a day. I'm still caught up in volume 3. Leibniz, Kant, Hegel, Bolzano, Husserl. So hopefully I'll get back, and I also have the whole Oxford handbook on the history of science that hopefully I'll get to and try to start reading like a chapter a day. And here, Cambridge Handbook on Computational Psychology. I've had this open for a while. Hopefully I'll get back to that also. So I guess that's all I wanted to cover today. The link is in the chat. So appreciate Amy tuning in. So I've enjoyed streaming with Amy and allegedly Amzi. So maybe I'll join her also this week on her channel. She's covering the Jen Bailey situation. So we'll see what happens with that. And yeah, I like being a good influence, conflict resolution, and I've studied some psychology and even law, criminal justice. I'd worked with prison chaplains. I'd done visiting people in prison and various things. So, it's important personal topics because you got an interesting community, interesting people. So, John Wolfe introduced me to Amy, allegedly Amzi, beloved. So, hopefully I'll join her again this week. And John has been a regular there also. So we'll see what's happening with John. Okay, so John Williams in the chat with the liar's paradox. I mean, it's an interesting paradox. I was actually reading a whole book on the liar's paradox recently. I mean, the general, like the Star Trek episode where, saying, I'm lying right now. So if the liar, says he's lying, and it goes back to the semantic view of science. So if you think you could reduce the question of linguistics and language and sentences, like can you reduce language to logic, is language logical. And if you just look at it as a statement that has an internal contradiction, so it has to be false. So you say, well, it's a language statement that conveys meaning. So it's an interesting statement. I remember as a young kid, there's some like Star Trek episode where Captain Kirk like defeats the alien by using the liar's paradox. As a kid, in like logic puzzles, where like you're trapped on and there's a few different permutations, like if you're trapped on an island, or to get into heaven or hell, and they give you a sentence. I think it's in Labyrinth, the David Bowie movie Labyrinth. They have a version of the liar's paradox. But yeah, I mean, it's an important topic. So yeah, I guess I was at it 4 hours. Claire came on for like 45 minutes. Yeah, I'm happy to have regular guests. I like I'd like to network, so I have to reach out. Like Claire messages me pretty often, and so she's constantly following that. So she's really the only person I mentioned it to. I'd mentioned to John if he wanted to come on, but I didn't contact anybody. So the debate the week after next Wednesday with Wednesday next week, not this week. Hopefully I'll have the conversation debate with Joanna Tries. Hey, Elliot, good to see you. If you want to pop on and chat a few minutes, otherwise I'm about to wrap up. So yeah, Elliot, Jennifer just wasn't able to continue with the regular Sunday program. So Doooovid took week in review solo. We tried to move it around and but yeah, I wasn't sure it was going anywhere, especially trying to move the date. So could be week in review of Church of Entropy. We'll continue at some point, but she doesn't have the Sunday time available anymore. So I'm trying to keep it take it solo, and yeah, kind of like just touching base, talking with people. Claire was a little longer or argumentative, so kind of like week in review, just catch in, network, try to organize, plan, grow channels, create content. So if I could because Jennifer wasn't really that much into networking, and she had a handful of people she didn't mind talking to, but she almost had an aversion to networking. So I'm a natural networker. Thanks, Amy. Appreciate that. I naturally like networking. Saying like, okay, I met a new person. What do they do? What are their interests? What are their crossovers? How could we mutually benefit from knowing each other relation, especially like streaming, building audiences, like like you're interested in that, like I know these people are interested in that, and also even just entrepreneurship, like streaming is a business, making money, growing viewership, uh and just exchanging useful people. So Jennifer just was not a networker, and it was problematic because we didn't have guests that often. But just saying like, oh, you do this and know these things or are interested in that. I know this person. Why don't you two cooperate or work together in just introducing people to each other? So I love doing that. I love introducing people to each other based on common interests, and I generally have a more. I mean, you can say I have a negative view towards human nature, but in some sense, I have a positivistic, optimistic outlook that, like, like the Lubavitch Rebbe said, work together with people on what you agree with them. And I think that I could find anybody you could find points of agreement and you could work together. Like, yeah, Elliot is now in the book business, like Doooovid, my eBay business. So Elliot, yeah, I'd be very interested to talk to you about how your book business is going, and yeah, just like share best practices, like the advantages of streaming. So there's one thing like reaching out to find people of common interest. So one just like conversation, like kind of lonely. I don't want to like call my friend or go out. So you just like pop on the internet and find interesting people to talk to, have a network of friends and streaming around the world, also have access to knowing what's going on all over the place, and global connections. Also for niche topics, uh, like a lot of times you have friends, like you're not going to meet up with a friend to just talk about one subject, because usually like it's based around an activity, and like there are discussion groups or book groups, but um, it's hard to find groups of people for intellectual conversations limited to one subject. So the internet, advantageous. Like I'm really interested in this subject. I assume there's other people out there that are interested in the same subject, and some subjects are more popular than others. But like philosophy of science, metaphysics, Kabbalah, uh, Judaism, Hinduism, anything, true crime, uh, mob talk, countless things. There's people that are interested in it, and online you could find communities and talk with people who are interested in the same things, and also find expertise. Like a lot of times, like there'd be expert on a subject, and you could get in direct contact with them, because a lot these days, like most major personalities are on social media and even stream. So like have a YouTube page. If a person's a thought leader, author, uh, personality, a lot of times they have social media, they stream, and they have like a ask me anything, a week in review, or some program where you could get in there and talk to them. So it's like, oh, this person, I found out about them, I read their book or heard about them, and it turns out they stream, and next thing you know, you're talking to them. So that's also very valuable in streaming. And best practices, I need advice about something, so just log in streaming. Maybe hopefully I know somebody, and like medical advice, investing advice. I mean, that should be IRL, but online also a lot of times you just like something's going on. I need help. I need expertise, and you could crowdsource that information by streaming. And you gonna give a name, John, or you just you throw that out there? Your grandma dated a Jewish mob boss. You're not gonna give a name. But yeah, interesting stuff. I mean, I don't know I'm not even sure you ever told me what area you're from, but I mean, you don't have to disclose that. But yeah, I'm not. I mean, John's been in my chat for a long time, and usually has some interesting comments, especially on Judaism related things. Um, but I'm not even sure if you ever told me what location you're in, or if you can tell which Jewish mob boss you're referring to. But yeah, there's interesting tidbits of information you could always gather and meet interesting people. But yeah, so like best practices, um, just talking through ideas. So there's a lot of advantages to streaming, a lot of things that are impractical to do in world life. Lefty Rosenthal. I'm not a big mob expert, so I mean, I'm not even sure I know that. Tony Curtis, the name sounds familiar, Lefty Rosenthal, but I'm not really a big expert in mob. Like when I talked with John Wolfe, I knew about the sociology of mafia and crime. I don't actually know like names and locations and crime families or things like that. I don't actually know that much about it. And time is limited. So I guess I'm going to sign off. We got over 4 hours rambling on, and you appreciate everyone tuned in. And anyone's watching, say Doooovid's back solo on my own channel. So anyone wants to talk, Elliot, I mean, you could message me, but you could just show up in the chat or something. So I'm going to plan week in review, like right at the beginning. I'm going to share a bunch of links. I'm going to have articles to read. So I'm going to try to go for 2, 3, 4 hours each week. And I'll have content review at the beginning, maybe like 15, 30 minutes of links to share. And so if a guest wants to come on, I'll be able to bring them on, like 7:15, 7:30. And then I'll have a few hours of articles and more in-depth content that I want to read through, so the program could go a while if people show up at different times, or they show up, I could finish an article and bring them on, and hopefully, so it'll be a combination of conversations and keeping up with different people, and but they more just like how you doing, what you're doing, what progress you're making, and if it makes sense to like organize more streams or things about that. But yeah, I'd like to get more into networking and talking with people and finding what they're doing, and because that was something I was missing working with Jennifer, because she wasn't really into networking like that. Oh, Ypsilanti. Well, so you're here in Michigan. I don't know if you're in Ypsilanti or you're just from there, but yeah, Ypsilanti's just about 30-40 minutes from me. Doooovid went to University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, which is right next to Ypsilanti. I've only been to Ypsilanti a handful of times. And hopefully I'm going to get more also to working on my writing. So, see, hopefully the debate conversation with Joanna is going to work out, and also, try to reach out to speak to more people, maybe organize more debates. And maybe now that I'm not doing week in review with Jennifer, we'll organize separate programs or maybe even debates separate from week in review that could increase content. Claire, I wouldn't mind, like, I mean, I was kind of weird that she keeps on telling me about the guy Jacob and John, and I wouldn't mind speaking with them. So I'm not sure the state of if she's in conflict or whatever, or the state, but I mean, she networks, she meets interesting people. The Jacob sounded like an interesting guy. But it's tough to get in people's chat or reach out to speak to them, and time is limited. So we'll see what happens with that. And I mean, John, anytime you want to pop on and say hi, you've been pretty active in my chat, so I appreciate that. A lot of time, interesting comments, especially on my Ask the Rabbi streams. So I guess I'm going to sign off. And like I said, the Society of Automotive Manufacturing Conferences is this week. So Tuesday, I will plan on doing an IRL stream downtown from downtown Detroit at the Society of Automotive Engineering Conference. And if it's exciting, maybe I'll even go twice. I missed the Siemens conference this week. It coincided with Passover, so I wasn't able to go to the Siemens conference. So I was disappointed about that, but it's Passover, and it coincided. But like the Siemens conference was canceled the last few years because of COVID-19. I went to the Siemens conference every year. That one's a really good one. Like in terms of like Siemens technology, really great stuff. So it was unfortunate I had to miss that this year because of Passover, but there's multiple conferences coming up. I'll just mention real quick before I sign off. So the Society of Automotive Engineering Conference is this week, Tuesday through Thursday. So I plan on going Tuesday, and maybe I'll go also on Thursday if it's interesting enough to go twice. The Automate conference is a month from now. The robotics, I went that last year twice. That was a really good show. So the state of robotics. So excited for the Automate conference coming up May 22nd through 25th. So that's a full month away. The Ceramics Expo is May 2nd. So that's coming up in 2 weeks. That's 2 days. I'll probably just go 1 day. But the ceramics and thermal management show, and then Great Designs in Steel is actually, it's just 1 day, and that's actually the same day as the Automate conference. And I'll probably go. I went last year. It was so. I mean, it was more educational and seminars. They had a little bit of a floor, but I'll probably also go to the steel show. And there's more stuff coming up, the foam conference and some of the regular conferences. But so the next few weeks, next month, there's be some engineering shows. So you see Doooovid IRL. We'll be doing my engineering rambles. So with that, you'll sign off. God bless. Have a great week, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. and we'll see you next week.